Well, ladies and gentlemen, good morning to you. Thank you so much for being here on this beautiful kind of Arctic, sunny winter's day, and delighted to be with you in this beautiful, beautiful building. We're here for a really important conference. My name is Ayesha Hazarika. I'm going to be your host for today. For those of you who don't know me, I'm a former Labour Party advisor. I'm now a political commentator and broadcaster. You can listen to me on Times Radio, Weekend Drive, Saturday and Sunday, 4 till 7, put that in your diaries. I'm also a recently joined member of the House of Lords, where I take the Labour Whip. I'm kind of very new in the House of Lords, still finding my feet. People keep saying to me, what's it like? And it's sort of cross between Downton Abbey meets Jurassic Park meets Spitting Image. So I'm still trying to get my head around that. But I'm absolutely delighted to be here on behalf of the Centre for Progressive Policy. And this conference, it could not be more timely. It's the 2024 Inclusive Growth Conference. And look, growth really is the sort of buzzword of politics and economic discourse at the moment. And we know that this new Labour government inherited a very, very difficult political and economic agenda. We just had Rachel Reeves' first budget, a very big budget, a controversial budget in many ways, but kind of laying out some clear sort of lines and guardrails for what this new government wants to do. We know that this new government wants to fix the foundations to deliver a decade of national renewal. And we know that one of the kind of critical missions is about delivering growth. And this word growth, we've heard it so much. We heard it in the run-up to the general election. We've heard it since so much. It was a big, big part of that budget when Rachel Reeves stood at the dispatch box. But look, we've got to have some kind of in-depth discussions about what growth actually means. It's one of these words which kind of amongst our circles is used very easily and very sort of frequently. But certainly to the outside world, to the voters, to the public, to the people I'm broadcasting to every weekend, people don't really understand what growth means. And I think we as policymakers, as people who work in the think tank space, as political figures as well, we've got to really have a serious conversation about what does growth actually mean? And what does growth look like? And what does growth feel like to ordinary people? Because if there's one thing that we have learned from recent elections all around the world, it doesn't matter if you stand in front of loads of graphs and charts saying, yes, everybody, the figures are all good, so yeah, things are good. People don't feel it. If there isn't a story that is told about growth, if growth is not felt to be inclusive, i.e., if ordinary people don't feel any tangible benefits of growth, if you just say, hey, headline growth is good because corporations our profits are going up or the very rich are getting richer, but actual people don't feel it, then you're going to have a serious problem on your hands. And it's really, I've just come back from the States. I've been out there for a week or so, and it's so interesting speaking to people about the recent election there, because people will acknowledge that actually when you look at the metrics, the economy was actually beginning to turn upwards, and some of the metrics, particularly on growth, were quite good, but people didn't feel it in their everyday lives. So that's going to be a really important part of the challenge for this new government, but for all of us who care about growth and for all of us who care about inclusive growth. I think the other thing which is really, really important is when we talk about growth and we talk about it being inclusive, that has got to have a really important regional slant to it. Growth cannot just be something which is pronounced upon in Whitehall. It can't just be done in a way that it makes politicians in Westminster feel good and look good. It's got to be something which our nations and regions and local government have an incredibly important part in delivering, but also shaping, and also having a say in what growth should look like as well. It's no good if the fruits of all the growth are only enjoyed by the same areas, London and the South East. We've got to make sure that that growth blooms across the whole country. That's the right thing to do. If you want to get our economy fired up, that's going to be a necessity, and also it's a really important part of Labour's story as well. Labour wants to be the part of devolution. Place is incredibly important in this story, and also there's this incredibly new part of local political infrastructure. These metro mayors are so important, and of course Labour's probably at quite a high point at the moment, where bar one, Labour controls all the existing regional, the metro mayors. So that's an incredibly important moment to think about. And I think a key question we want to really examine today is how much power can be given away, how much power should be given away, and how confident are we that this new government, who's talked a good game on devolution, actually will be prepared to give some of that power away. Now, for the last 6 years, the CPP has been at the forefront of championing this idea of an inclusive growth agenda at the UK, across the UK. And at the heart of that is the Inclusive Growth Network, which is a brilliant UK-wide member network of local and combined authorities. And they've been focused on asking those big questions about how to deliver a genuinely inclusive economy. And we're really keen to hear your views on that today. We've got some absolutely brilliant speakers who are going to take to the stage, get into the nitty-gritty of it. And look, some of the key questions that we are going to explore in our panels is whose growth is it anyway? So we've got a panel exploring how Labour can make sure that growth reaches all the places and the groups that it needs most, handing power away to deliver prosperity in every community, exploring the role that devolution can play, and obviously those mayors are really, really important. Investment, how do we raise public and private investment everywhere? And we're going to be digging into some of the fallout from Rachel Reeves' first budget, which is really important. Somebody with my kind of journalist eye on, I think that budget was quite an era-defining moment. So it's going to be really interesting to sort of hear what that means for devolution and the raising of finance. This idea of national renewal, and of course Labour have called for a decade of national renewal, but it's all very well saying we want a decade, but how's Labour going to achieve this? I mean, the one thing we have seen, whether it's elections here, but elections across big developed countries, is that there's a very febrile electorate out there right now. Electorates are not grateful in the way that they used to be. They don't sit back and say, oh yes, just because one government has come in, we're going to give them 2 or 3 terms. Today's voters are very much political consumers. They are demanding, they are impatient, they are promiscuous. They sound a bit like my ex-partner, but let's move on from that. They want to see results quickly, and if they don't see results quickly, then they will vote with their feet. So a big part of this is going to be political survival, which is linked to growth and delivery and telling that story. And we're going to have a closing discussion which sets out next steps for delivering critical growth in this country. And we're really delighted that we have a very special guest for our keynote today. The local government minister, Jim McMahon, is going to be joining us. So we're going to we'll listen to him, and we're going to have a bit of a Q&A with him as well. And I'm also delighted that we are going to be reuniting the podcast, The Power Test, which I co-host with the brilliant Sam Friedman, who I'm sure you all follow. We're going to be co-chairing this panel and recording a very special edition of that, and there'll be a chance for you all to contribute to that as well. Now, before we get cracking, some housekeeping. So your conference programme will be on your chair, and on that you should find a flyer with all your QR codes, and you can scan those to read some of the CPP's recent research reports. And at the back of the hall, if you want a hard copy of some of the latest reports, they will be there, and they're all free for you to take home. And also do chat to the CPP team who are around today. In fact, CCP team, put your hands up. So there's quite a few scattered around, so go and say hello to them and have a chat with them. Now, all the sessions are going to take place in this refreshment hall, this lecture hall, and the refreshments and the reception are going to take place in the City of London room opposite. If you haven't had a pastry, do get them. They're delicious. I've had about 5 already this morning. The loos are downstairs past the registration desk, and you can find the guest Wi-Fi code on signs at the registration and by the receptions. Now, we're not expecting any fire alarms, so if one goes off, do panic. No, don't panic, be calm. Make your way out calmly through the fire exits, and there'll be lots of staff to guide you out. Now, please keep your phones on silent, but do share your thoughts on social media. There's various hashtags. Well, there's hashtag IG Conference 2024, which I think is up there on the screen, and you can @Centre Pro Policy. And of course, we all know that Twitter is sort of dying quite a slow death. So we're all moving to Blue Sky now. So this is a good chance to give the CPP and this conference a really good boost on Blue Sky and get some engagement going on Blue Sky. So that's a good opportunity. Now, this event's going to be live streamed, recorded and photographed. And we will be taking questions from the audience only in person today. So if you want to ask a question, do raise your hand. We will get a microphone to you. And this is the most important job as your chair today. Please keep your questions very relevant and concise. What we don't want is someone standing up going, not so much a question, more an observation. We all know those people, and then launching into like a 4-minute speech. We don't have time for that. So just nice, brief. And if you could say who you are and what organisation you're from, that is very helpful for the chair and for the panel. So look, we've got loads to get through. We are going to have a fantastic day. I feel like this conference has come at such an important time. We're going to have loads of food for thought, and hopefully we're going to end the day with lots of kind of productive, positive, achievable takeaways that we can all go away and think about. And most importantly, those of us who influence government ministers and advisors and mayors and policy formers can help kind of influence them. So look, without any further ado, let's get cracking. And it's now my great pleasure to welcome onto the stage Ben Franklin, who is the Interim Chief Executive for the Centre for Progressive Policy. And Ben is going to tell us more about what CPP is doing and their very important mission for critical growth. Let's have a big, warm round of applause for Ben.
Thank you so much. I mean, how can I follow Ayesha's amazing introduction? And a lot of what I'm going to say is going to kind of echo a lot of her thoughts as well. Now, obviously, this government's first mission and most important mission is growth. But as Ayesha said, it's how do we feel that? How do we feel growth? What sectors thrive? What communities are going to thrive? And who feels the benefit? Just headline rates will not be enough to regain the trust and confidence of the public. And let's not forget the sort of global economic context in which we sit, where we may well face really harsh realities of tariffs and protectionism growing over the next 5 years. This is going to be a tough parliament, so we really need to focus on the distribution as much as the headline rate. But there's a lot of detail still to come from government which is highly relevant to growth, and which will be the subject of this conference today, on renewed partnership with devolved governments and mayors, plans to make work pay, and a modern industrial strategy, all of which is so important and in which the government is making headway and that we can help to shape. For advocates of a more inclusive economy, our challenge is more pressing than ever. We need to avoid that council of despair to provide a new playbook that goes beyond British, and can I say it, Biden economics? I'm not sure, is that completely dead now? That means a focus on delivery and distribution, identifying and scaling the innovations that work locally, regionally, and nationally. But of course, central government cannot do that on its own. National renewal requires revitalised partnerships between the centre, regions, local government and communities, working with businesses and the voluntary sector, all of whom we'll hear from today. For more than 6 years, CPP has been at the forefront of developing the theory, the policies and the practical ideas for embedding inclusive growth across the country, across all of its regions. At the heart of our mission has been the Inclusive Growth Network, led by the brilliant Annabelle, who you'll hear from in a moment. This is a UK-wide member network of 14 local and combined authorities. And of course, going forward, local capacity will be core to effective delivery. After years of budget cuts, over a decade, we stand ready to redouble our support for local leaders to take the creative and shared approaches that will be so necessary as we go forward. But of course, as Ayesha said, the stakes are really high. The stark political and economic realities facing advanced democratic countries, such as the UK, require new and different ways of working for progressive think tanks, such as CPP. As a sector, we must throw away the sugar rush of cheap headlines and bombastic rhetoric, which in itself is a bombastic word, but anyway, in favour of the difficult and detailed work of collective delivery and partnership. For if we fail to deliver meaningful improvements to people's lives over this Parliament, there are too many examples of what happens next from around the world. Populism's facade of telling it how it is and easy answers are attractive if people feel their lives and their children's lives are not improving or worsening. So we must strive to ensure that this is a moment of renewal for social democracy and not its death knell. This stuff is serious. And so CPP is evolving to rise to the challenge, building on its strengths and partnerships to date, including and importantly our network of places. We're in a hurry. Working with Metro Dynamics and the Future Governance Forum, we are exploring how we can combine our joint expertise to build an expanded network of local, regional and national leaders and other policy experts to drive mission delivery, to drive inclusive growth through innovation and public service reform, focused on boosting the capacity and know-how of places while shaping the policy detail in Whitehall. We want to support a genuine step change for all communities. That's why we're in this game. Today's conference is an important milestone in CPP's journey. There's no doubt about that. A summit of leading thinkers and doers across tiers of government. We will be asking, what is working locally? How can we bring what works to scale and spread that across the country? How can new national policies drive transformation everywhere? And most importantly, how can all of us in this room and beyond work together as a supercharged network to support this critical mission for growth? So join us for the day, but stay with us for the journey. Now, before I turn back to Ayesha to introduce the first panel, I need to give a big thanks to all those who've been helping to deliver this conference. So that's Claire, Grace and Chloe from Team CPP and all others in the team who have made this happen today. We're hugely grateful for your efforts. So thank you very much indeed. Now, without further ado, back to Ayesha to introduce the first panel.
Thank you, Ben, for those excellent opening comments. And I think you just made such an important point there. You used the P word, populism, and I think the stark reality is if this new government does not, A, manage to deliver growth, but also critically tell the story about how growth is benefiting everybody, then we are at risk from the rise of populism, both on the right, but also on the left. And that is something that we are obviously seeing sweeping across the world at the moment. So a really, really important opening point there from Ben. Right, well, it gives me huge pleasure to introduce our first panel of the day. And we've got an absolute corker for you. Today's first panel is called Whose Growth Is It Anyway? And this panel is going to explore how Labour can make sure that growth gets to all the places and groups that needs it most. Now, I'd like to welcome onto the stage Alfie Sterling, who's Director of Insight and Policy and Chief Economist at the Joseph Rowntree Foundation. We're also going to be hearing from Hamida Ali, Head of Policy and Programming at the Future Governance Forum, and Tom Simmons, who's Deputy Director of the Fairer Start mission at Nesta. And I'm going to be delighted to hand over to the brilliant Annabelle Smith. She's been doing brilliant work at the CPP. She is Director of Place and Practice, and she is going to be steering us through it. Let's have a warm round of applause for the panel. We also have Dan as well. Oh, he's here. We don't know, this is even better news. Our star guest is here as well. Dan Tomlinson, Labour MP for Chipping Barnet. Brilliant. Enjoy the panel.
Thanks, Ayesha. Hi, everyone. Great to see so many friendly faces in the room today. I'm Annabelle Smith, Director of Place and Practice at Centre for Progressive Policy. Now, as we've heard from both Ayesha and Ben, driving growth that benefits all people and places across the UK is the core animating mission of our recently elected Labour government. And whilst they were elected on a strong majority, we've also heard that there's absolutely no time for complacency around that. And after nearly 2 decades of stagnation, we would like to think at CPP that consensus is beginning to form around how we grow economically, but also importantly, who gets to have a meaningful stake in that growth. Now, there's been some positive signs so far, a few months in. We have a government who has very much demonstrated commitment and recognition of the role of human capital and public service reform in driving inclusive growth, which is excellent. And I think the second reason to be hopeful, and very much where the crux of my work lies, is that we've shown a really, really strong commitment to the role of place leadership in driving inclusive growth, and really recognising our regional and local leaders not only as distributors of goods and services, but as partners in forming, what does the new vision for the UK look like? So we're going to start to explore with our brilliant panel some of those questions around how do we do growth in a way that genuinely people can tangibly feel, and how do we execute that growth in a way that's more inclusive in the process. So I'm going to start with Dan, if I may. We know that there are no quick fixes, but what's your view on what the prospects for inclusive growth might be over the course of this Parliament?
Thank you, and thank you for having me on the panel, and apologies for being a bit late. Ayesha wasn't sure whether I'd make it, but I'm here. And it's wonderful to be here with all of you today. I'm with my old boss, Alfie Sterling. I worked at the Joseph Rowntree Foundation before becoming an MP, and lots of my thinking on this issue has been shaped by Alfie, so I'm interested in how we will agree or disagree today. The first thing to say, which has been touched on already, is that we really do need economic growth. There might be some degrowthers in the room, who knows? But we've had an experiment in degrowth in the last 14 years in a sense that our productivity growth basically flatlined. We only managed to achieve increases in our national GDP because we had more people in the country and we had more people in work, which was a good thing, and we do need to keep pushing on that. We've said we want to push up to 80% employment rate. And what does that period of relatively low or degrowth look like? Well, if workers' wages had continued to grow in line with the trends that they grew at before the financial crisis, families in my constituency, families across the country wouldn't just be £100 or £200 a year better off, or £100 or £200 a month better off. They'd be £10,700 a year better off right now. And that's individual workers. So got 2 workers in a family, you'd be £22,000 better off. So that is the difference that stagnation has meant to people up and down the country. And it's why it's right that growth is the top priority of this government. I also think that growth is a route to inclusivity across the country. One of the ways that families in lower incomes get the support that they need, and I know this, I grew up in a low-income family in social housing, was homeless for a time as a child, had free school meals, is the support that the state provides through public services. I had a fantastic education in a state comprehensive school where they built the new block while I was there. I don't think they've built a block since I went back to go and speak to some of the sixth formers, and that is making lives more difficult for teachers and for kids from backgrounds like mine in state schools across the country, where it's not just they're not building new blocks, but they've got school buildings falling down with that rack concrete. It's the same in our hospitals that we all rely on too. I think it's the hospital in Liz Truss's constituency, former constituency, Terry Jeremy's the new MP, is being held up by scaffolding at the moment. And so if we can get growth back into our economy, we can get income coming in to the government's coffers, which can help fund our public services and also fund our benefit system. We as a family relied on and benefited from tax credits and the stability and the certainty that they brought. And increasingly families are relying on universal credit that isn't adequate, particularly I think for people who lose their jobs, single people who don't get additional help with child costs or housing costs. And I hope that this government can make progress there. And we can do that if we bring in the revenue by growth. And let me just say before we hear from others that as well as just trying to get growth up so we can do those things through public spending, we have made some big shifts that I think will help with redistribution and employment across the country. One is the fiscal rule change in the budget that I think a lot of people didn't think would be possible politically, but I think great leadership and strategy from the Treasury team that did land well, despite commentators wanting to make it look like it hadn't with the markets. Actually, other things were going on, and we've now got the ability to invest a lot more in our public services and in the future through the public sector crowding in that private sector investment. And then I won't go through the details because I'm sure it might come up in the Q&A and people in this room will be very familiar, but reform is that other pillar of the growth agenda, and that is pro-redistribution, or as Ed Miliband used to call it, pre-distribution, and pro-families on low income. So the New Deal for working people, the devolution that we're planning, deeper and wider, and I also think the planning and housing element of the growth package, both in terms of funding for social housing, which was announced at the budget too, but also planning reform, and I'll just finish there. In my constituency, the former MP was a Conservative, Theresa Villiers, who said that she knew no one affected by the housing crisis in the election campaign, which was a shocking statement. And she opposed every home at every turn in the constituency and changed the planning rules to make it more difficult for people to get a home of their own across the country. And I think one good thing that this government can do without having to spend additional money and have more challenges with how do we divide up the state, is to make these planning reforms happen so we can get more homes built across the country and give more families that security they need. Thank you.
Thanks, Dan. A lot to go on there, so I won't go into it now. I'm going to just go to each of the panellists for opening remarks. I'll come to Alfie next. Your research at the Joseph Rowntree Foundation has shown that without specific efforts to address poverty, growth isn't going to hit where it needs to hit, and we're not going to experience it as we need to collectively across the UK. So can you just expand on JRF's work a little bit there?
Yeah, sure. Really good to be here. Thanks very much for having me. Yeah, I want to make 3 points, really. The first one is that I think that the UK is in a very unenviable position of having both a problem and a serious problem with growth and with inclusive growth separately. And I think that the second problem is bigger, actually, despite the former getting more attention. And the fact that I would use to sort of illustrate that is a bit of work that Joseph Rowntree Foundation did recently, which is that if you look at the OBR's forecast coming out of the budget in October, we're going to see growth on their projection of about 1% a year in terms of on a per capita basis. That's weak, that's not particularly strong, but it is there, there's growth. Over the same period, our modelling, when you plug those OBR forecasts into our microsimulation model, suggests that at the average, households will see their disposable income after housing costs fall by about £800 per household. So a really clear disconnect and divergence in those headline indicators. And there's a very painful distributional story within that as well. That £800 is at the average. What we actually think we're seeing, again from our modelling, is that the poorest income third are seeing their incomes fall twice as fast as middle and high income households. And then part of that picture, you see the official poverty rate rise by 100,000 for children and 300,000 for working age adults. So that's the first point. I think inclusive growth and our issue with it is more serious than with growth, although both are a problem. And then just a few quick thoughts on the reasons for that. Clearly it's an incredibly complex picture. There's a lot going on there. But three things I want to draw out. The first, which I only mention first because it's, I think, the most often overlooked, is that we have a disconnect between when we talk about real terms growth, what we use to measure real terms growth in terms of prices being very different to what people actually experience in prices in the real world. So when you talk about real GDP growth, we use output prices, the cost of producers domestically in the UK. But that's very different to the price experienced by consumers, particularly when you have currency crisis after a financial crisis, particularly when currency depreciates again after a vote to leave the European Union, and again when you have an imported price shock, and again in the forecast going forward, where interest rates are keeping housing costs extremely high and rising faster than inflation. So that's one of the first key points that's creating this divergence. The other two are more familiar, I think, but really important. The first is productivity. We have a very weak outlook for productivity growth in the forecast. That affects the labour share, and particularly it suppresses earnings growth, which is a key distributional mechanism in the economy. And the third is discretionary distributional policy, which again is weak. Again, very complex, many elements to this, but just take one example. Our income safety net is amongst the lowest it has been in its history. The replacement rate versus earnings is as low as it has been in history. It's far lower than it was in the 80s under Thatcher. And it is amongst the lowest, sort of like, 33rd, 34th lowest out of 35, 36 odd OECD countries internationally as well. So I'll wrap up on just two very brief points on what do you do about this. And maybe we can get into more specific ideas after this, but just sort of two headline points on this. The first is that I think policy has to really centre seriously the idea and notion of household economic security being a key objective of economic policy. And for that, we need to have a nuanced and sophisticated view about what constitutes household economic security. Income is a big, big part, and within that earnings, yes, but it goes far beyond that. It's about place, about community, about relationships, the extent to which people can rely on public services, on family, on friends. And it also has to take a view across time. You can't just take a snapshot of someone's resources at a given point in time. You have to look at their vulnerability to shocks in the future. How secure is their housing? How secure is their job? What's the local economy and its trajectory? So that's number one. We have to take that notion seriously, develop it, and think about how do you address it in terms of policy and strengthen it. And the second is we need to rethink our thought model on the relationship between household economic security and the broader economic strategy. What we can't do is hope that economic household security just improves as a result of addressing growth. Rather, we need to make a strategy for building and strengthening household security part of the driver of growth in the first place. Maybe that's just a different way of saying pre-distribution, but I think the key point here is see households, see their security, see their contribution, see places as a key driver of growth in the first place. The extent to which people are secure affects their contribution and productivity at work. It shapes how much they spend in the today, in the economy, and it really shapes how much they invest in themselves and their businesses and their homes for the future as well. So the three key lines, output from work, productivity and investment, all have a reliance and a condition by the security of households. I'll stop there.
Thanks very much, Alfie. And I think, you raise a really important point at the beginning there about how the UK economy is almost in a sort of relatively uniquely challenging position whereby, you have many other developed nations that either have the challenge of vast inequality or shared stagnasis. We almost have that productivity challenge and that economic stagnancy with rising inequality. So we need to look at them in tandem. And lots to go on there. I'm going to, conscious of time, so I'm going to quickly move on to the brilliant Hamida Ali from Future Governance Forum. Now, our two organisations, CPP and FGF, are working very closely together at the moment to evolve a network that very much centres the role of place and the role of partnerships across different tiers of government to essentially recalibrate how do we do inclusive growth and how do we do growth policy and what does that encompass and who gets to shape that. So I think doing a lot of work to kind of translate that from quite conceptual work focused very much on what happens in Whitehall and Westminster to grounding that in practice. And you've got extensive experience of being at the coalface of many of the issues that we're discussing in Croydon. So great to get your initial thoughts.
Thanks so much, Annabelle. Really great to be here, and we're really looking forward to working with CPP and Metro Dynamics on the future of the Inclusive Growth Network. Just to say a few words about the Future Governance Forum, if you're not familiar with us, we just passed our first anniversary in the last week, and we strive to be more than a traditional think tank, in as much as we're really interested in the how of practical implementation and not just the sort of what of policy. We're non-partisan, but we're unashamedly progressive and really seek to ground our work in the experience of politicians and practitioners. We're a forum by name and by nature. We're very collaborative, very much enjoying our new collaboration with CPP and Metro Dynamics. And our main areas of focus in the last year and indeed going forward are around sort of three areas in particular. One, on mission-driven ways of working. We hear a lot from the government about their national missions, but also the Prime Minister talks about what it means to be mission-driven, and that's how we've been exploring what that looks like at sort of all tiers of government. Secondly, around devolution, what does that really look like? What are the right areas of responsibility at which tier? And then importantly, around infrastructure and investment, given kind of straitened financial times. So do look us up if you haven't signed up for updates from us. In terms of the questions that sort of Annabelle has put, in our view at FGF, government's capacity to achieve those missions, particularly the primary one around growth, is absolutely inextricably linked to and dependent on what happens in our places. And we've talked a little bit about this morning, about government's framing of its growth mission makes clear that they do understand the scale of that challenge. So while GDP is one of those key metrics, they do recognise that household income and other areas are what really matter from a sort of community and individual perspective, and that improvement in people's prosperity has to absolutely be, as they describe it, in every corner of our country, and that has to be, as they describe it, everywhere and for everyone. And thinking about the sort of persistent and structural inequalities that we see too much in our communities across the country are very much driven primarily by either geography and or demography. So that concentration that colleagues have already talked about of opportunity that's clustered and concentrated overly in London and the southeast to the exclusion of other regions, with really stark differentials in those rates of growth, combined with really high and stubborn rates of unemployment and those employment gaps that we see, particularly for disabled people in our communities and also Black, Asian and minority ethnic people, particularly Black graduates, really shocking employment rates. Those really highlight just the scale of the challenge that we have. And it's already been, the point's already been made today about we are progressive, we want progressive government to retain power, but that's going to be absolutely reliant on the capacity to really change the outcomes from an individual and family perspective. So for us, place is really the foundation for making that change, but place is too often, and certainly in my experience as a former council leader, out of sight and out of mind in Westminster and Whitehall, and that's really been exacerbated by the deterioration and really broken relationships over the last 14 years between central and other tiers of government. And our work on sort of looking at what does it mean to be mission-driven and on devolution highlight that it's a really different relationship on a different basis that's required, away from that sort of intense centralisation that we experience at the moment. We need a really collaborative interconnectivity across the whole system, across all those tiers of government working in concert. And that includes a relationship, importantly, with local government. We're all awaiting, of course, the detail in the white paper. But government's intent, as Ayesha was talking about earlier, is really clear to increase the autonomy of mayors, and that's really important. But equally, we need to recognise that combined authorities are neither organisations of delivery, nor are they in place yet everywhere in our country. So there's a job to be done to ensure that there's that equivalence of coverage across the country and an equivalence of institutional development in all of those devolution arrangements. So there is potentially a risk that devolution becomes, sort of at its worst, a creation of an alternative centralised layer, slightly lower, but still potentially quite distant from many of our communities. So from our point of view, it's a new settlement of relationship right across the full system, equivalence of coverage, total flexibility of control over funding at place level, and a national partnership across all of those tiers of government that is just missing at the moment, so that we can see those opportunities connected with industrial strategy that can really unlock the kinds of higher pay, higher skilled jobs in our communities around net zero, around housing, around infrastructure. There's real opportunity, but it's really got to be dependent on the strength of that relationship with everybody working in concert.
Thanks very much, Hamida. And, really important points about there are early signs that we're moving towards a far more mature partnership between the centre and our regions in particular, but we can't, and certainly in our work on the Inclusive Growth Network shows, we can't lose sight of the role of local authorities in this and the need for every single tier of government to be very much playing its role in being more than the sum of its parts, in how can we all push in the same direction and play a strategic role and build up that institutional capacity as well, which is missing and also is missing at the regional level to a degree. So that's certainly something that's going to be keeping us busy over the next few months. I'll come last but not least to Tom Simmons. Tom is Deputy Director for Nesta's A Fairer Start mission. Now, Tom, our research at the Centre for Progressive Policy has shown that the impact of our broken childcare and early years system is detrimental on our workforce. It's detrimental on our current economic makeup. Our research has shown that we would gain 27 billion a year, which is equivalent to about 1% of GDP, just if we were to fix the childcare system and enable women to go to work, progress in work, fulfill their full potential. But of course, childcare in early years for the current economy is just one part of why it's such an important driver of inclusive growth. It's also absolutely pivotal to those life outcomes, those educational outcomes, and of course our future workforce outcomes that will be essential to building a more inclusive economy in the longer term. So great to hear about some of your work on this.
Yeah, thanks very much, and thanks for inviting me along. Very briefly, before I start, Nesta is the UK's Innovation Foundation for Social Good. And at the moment, we're focused on three things: a fairer start, which I'll talk about today, net zero, and improving health equality. Thanks for that, sort of setting the scene, actually. It's very nicely done, because I was going to make the sort of case a bit more broadly for the early years, both as a means of driving growth, and also in terms of how we think about distribution of that growth. So I think the first argument I wanted to make today really is about the fact that we need to think about human capital formation and give that parity of esteem alongside other drivers of growth that are more traditionally spoken about, such as infrastructure funding or housing. And we know that human capital improvements drive growth, and we also know that the period in a person's life where those changes are most malleable, or where government intervention can make the biggest impact, are the first 5 years of a child's life, starting from conception and up to the 5th birthday. When a child reaches 5, 90% of brain development has already happened. It's not to say that there's nothing further that can be done from there, but a lot of the hardwiring has already occurred by the time a child is 5. And so that makes it a particularly pivotal time for investment. And yet when we look at the distribution of even education funding, it tends to go towards the later ends of the educational spectrum. And that's not even to consider the sort of distribution of funding across a person's lifetime. If you think about the amount we spend on the last year of someone's life versus the first year, it doesn't really compare favorably to when we can make the biggest difference in terms of human capital formation. So I think that's the first argument, is that we need to think about the early years as one of our most crucial tools for thinking about economic growth. The second is really about how we focus on that, and that's both, I think, a function of sort of I guess, the points we heard earlier about the lack of strong economic growth and widening of inequality, because in the early years, the biggest predictor at the moment of a child not reaching a good level of development is their socioeconomic status, or the socioeconomic status of their family. It's by far the biggest contributing factor to children's lack of development. And so by the time a child reaches 5, if you compare 2 children, one from a disadvantaged background and one from a non-disadvantaged background, the child from a disadvantaged background is on average 4 months behind in developmental terms than other children. And by the time they reach school, that gap will have widened to about 18 months. So we know there that there is a strong need to make sure that our efforts in the early years are going at economically disadvantaged communities. But this is also cyclical. So children from disadvantaged communities, if they're not given additional support, will in turn have poorer life outcomes in health, wealth, and happiness terms. And so these things can become cyclical in a negative sense, but with good intervention and good support, it can become a more positive cycle. And I think the third argument I wanted to make today was just that I think oftentimes when we think about public services, we think in very short-term time horizons, whereas when we think about things like economic infrastructure, we're thinking at on a much longer-term scale. There, you're normally thinking at a 25-year time horizon, certainly in terms of how we use money to pay for economic infrastructure. And I think we need the similar mindset for thinking about the early years. This is somewhere where, if we get it right now, the benefits will really accrue much later on down the line. That's not to say there's nothing to be gained from doing it now. There are obviously benefits to parents as a result of this. Childcare is one of them, but even effective parenting support can improve employment outcomes and mental health. So there are some benefits in the here and now, but I think we do need to have a longer-term focus in terms of how we fund and think about this in policy terms. Thank you.
Thanks, Tom. Really important points. And certainly our research at CPP has shown that obviously we're operating in a highly constrained fiscal environment. There are many political trade-offs that are going to have to be made with regards to any policy decision, but the sort of no regret option in terms of outcomes, in terms of what do we invest in, always skews towards those first few years of a person's life. But as you say, the way that we do policy at the moment does not actually suit that sort of time frame. So we need to look at the longer term time frames. We need to look at particularly, I think, what the role of place leadership is in that, in really targeting those interventions to the places that need them the most. And that's absolutely a fundamental part of the inclusive growth agenda. I'm going to use Chair's privilege to just ask maybe 1 or 2 questions of my own to the panel, and then I'll open it up to the audience. Now, we've talked quite a bit about growth and public services, the role of human capital, the role of public service reform. Now, is this a false choice that we're being asked to make at the moment in the UK context about, is it that we need growth to properly, adequately fund our public services, or is it that we need to fund public services and reimagine public services and their role in our lives and our communities to drive growth? So is the way that we're looking at it at the moment and the way that it's being presented by the current government almost the wrong way round? I don't know if anyone's got any thoughts on that.
Well, so first of all, I think it's not quite right to say that the government is only putting it one way. And I think this week, I'm sure there's an example every week, but this week the example is the job centre reforms, which I think are a really clear indication of the fact that we understand that some of the points that Alfie was making around security going both ways in terms of driving growth and also being a thing that comes from growth. So these job centre reforms, at the moment, the job centre is not fit for purpose. You've got people who are going in once a week to sit down with their work coach, so the work coach can tick a box, check they've applied for the right number of jobs, and then that's it. And actually, I had a really powerful letter from a constituent of mine who runs a business where he hires a lot of people who deliver leaflets and letters through doors in North London. And he had a big order, he needed to hire more people. He put out a job advert, which went to the job centres locally. He interviewed 80 people. 80 people. Think about how much time the small business owner took up interviewing 80 people online and in person. Almost all of them, he said, had applied for a job from the job centre. Loads of them were offered a job. Every single one of them turned it down. And he asked them why, and they said, well, we didn't really want the job, but we had to apply because the job centre wanted us to. And we're going to turn that round. So yes, we will have expectations on people, but we're also going to make sure that people have got the support that they need to get to the jobs that will be right for them, and not just pushing people towards any old job through a tick box exercise in the job centre. So I think that example was really powerful when it came. I've sent it to Liz Kendall just in case she wants to do a visit to North London as well, because I think it'd be very, very powerful. So it isn't just one way would be the point that I'd make.
Thanks, Dan. And I just want to come a bit closer into the detail of this point about how do we conceive of the role of place and particularly MCAs and different tiers of government working together to address some of these challenges. So Alfie, you talk about in terms of how we measure economic success, that needs to change quite radically to accompany households and to encompass households as drivers of growth in terms of people having the fundamentals to be able to go out and be productive members of society and contribute to society. Now, what's the most appropriate level of some of these policies, and how can we really ensure that every single tier of government is working together to push in the same direction?
Perhaps I can come in and perhaps building on the point that Dan was making about the white paper that came out this week, because I think that does offer both regional government and local government opportunities to frame their local economies, and to be able to, in the interest, if that's what happens, like good dialogue with central government, to be able to make the connections with some of the investment, whether that's housing, some of our climate change and adaptation work that we've got to do, as well as infrastructure. And some of the challenge at the moment is that billions and billions and billions of pounds are spent on employment support every year with very little oversight, with very little scrutiny. But the opportunity, I mean, as a council leader, I wouldn't have been able to have access to any of that data. You don't have the opportunity to connect your relationships with employers and the skills that you know that you need. So I think those reforms offer a real opportunity to be able to ensure that both at local authority level and in concert with regional devolution arrangements where they're there, to be able to make the necessary connections so that that investment, that important public investment, is going where it's needed most, and so that those skill gaps that there are, the possible opportunities that there could be for those higher pay, higher skilled jobs can really be realised at a place level.
Thanks, Hamida. Do you want to come in on that, Tom?
Yeah, I was just going to come in as well, because I think that the early years, I think, is a great example of why place matters and why it's important to think about place, because usually family needs are not neatly confined to the administrative boundaries of a particular public service agency. If you have complex needs as a family, you will tend to need support from multiple different sources, and too often that support is hindered by the sort of siloed nature of provision. And so I think in order to have a more integrated, coordinated function, it is important to have devolved powers which give places the ability to do that. And I think Greater Manchester are a great example of what can happen if you do that. I think as a sort of one of the areas that's benefited most from devolution, they have a very sophisticated and mature early years integration offer. So I think that's really important. But I think the question for central government in how they do that, I think, is there's sort of two parts to it. Maybe firstly is sort of how do you create the right policy framework to enable that good working to happen. But I think secondly, I think we could usefully think about how central government funding works, because often those public service silos are replicated in terms of public service funding. And when we think about the early years, there is usually a split incentives problem, which means that the organisation who are looked on to provide the support are not usually the organisation that benefit financially as a result of that. So in the early years, much of the work will be done by local authorities or health authorities. The main benefits will accrue to the Department of Work and Pensions. So I think thinking about how central government budgets can be pooled to then focus down on these sort of government missions could be a really powerful way of enabling places to drive change.
Thanks, Tom, and I think that's a really important point as well. We've been doing extensive work through our Inclusive Growth Network with Liverpool City Region and the Mayor and his team there on really embedding childcare in early years in his inclusive growth mission and his inclusive growth goal for the region. And I think there are a lot of important ways of supporting and driving forward this mission that sit at the CA level almost precisely because they play that important brokering role and can sort of navigate those challenges across both central government, so working with DWP, DFE, but also working to support their local authorities. And I think crucially, the workforce development side of things, working very closely with the providers, but also the private sector too. So I think we need to really look for a more fundamentally place-shaping collaborative model, and that as much sits at the heart of government in terms of how can central government enable that and foster that rather than hinder that through sort of silos. So I'm going to take a few audience questions now. So there is somebody walking around with some mics on each side of the room. So please raise your hand if you'd like to ask a question. I'm going to go to the woman here in the middle in the purple jumper just here.
Thanks, Andrea Westall. I just want to extend the question about brokering, because I did some work with Inclusive Growth Unit at Manchester Uni, and we were looking at the Good Employment Charter. And what struck me when I looked at all the different sectors, and particularly focused on social care, voluntary retail, etc., was that the problem often was around smaller businesses not being able to work together to share things like back office, accessing employment, etc. And it felt like that was a huge gap. And I've not heard anything yet about that, because that is crucial to place, because those small businesses are often themselves and their owners the ones that are struggling, as well as getting good and creating decent jobs.
I mean, I'll sort of come in on that quickly, maybe then Hamida, you want to come in. I think that is such a crucial point that often when we talk about devolution and we talk about the role of place in driving growth and driving fair growth, we often focus excessively on what are the powers, what are the funding mechanisms, what are the kind of formal structures that really enable that geography to deliver. And I think what we often lose a bit of sight on is actually the soft power. People sort of call it soft power often. I'm not sure that's the right term. But the power to bring different sectors together, get them in the room, and crucially to be able to convene, business at all different tiers, to enable, bigger businesses to support smaller big businesses, and again, to push behind the same goals and really bring to bear their collective strengths on place goals is absolutely pivotal. And we've seen examples of that working well. Greater Manchester's Good Employment Charter is perhaps the sort of oldest and most established, but there are many places that I've been working with across the UK who have been doing that really effectively. And what they have that central government doesn't have is that agility and that flexibility to be able to respond in a really sort of agile and kind of social entrepreneurial way to some of those challenges. So I think we need to really centre that brokering and convenership in our discussions on dialogues on the role of place. But do you want to come in on that, Hamida?
Yeah, thank you. I mean, I agree with you on the power of convening, both for local authorities and at regional level. It's a real superpower, I think, of that perhaps I think some examples of mayors and local authorities have really channeled and can't be underestimated. The point maybe to Andrea, it doesn't quite sort of answer the question, but sort of just the opportunity to make the point about how much smaller businesses need access to some of the public investment that's out there from a procurement perspective. I think there's lots of changes that could be made both at every tier of government about how we enable more access for a greater diversity of business to be able to benefit from some of that public investment that's in the system. Having worked in many public sector organisations, the way those processes work, it doesn't feel are able to access all the talent that's out there just because of the barriers that exist in the way that the processes work. And I think that's another opportunity for some reform.
Brilliant, thank you. I'm going to take maybe 2 more questions, if I can. So, gentleman right at the back in the white shirt.
The panel talked quite a bit about the benefits of growth not accruing exclusively to the wealthy. State pension as a percentage of GDP was about 3.5% 30 years ago, just over 5% today. By 2050, I imagine it'll be just under 8%. How do we stop the benefits of growth accruing exclusively to the elderly?
Who wants to take that one? Alfie, Dan?
Yeah, I can come in on that. So I think that this distributional question across generations and across those that have wealth and don't is a key problem. I don't think the state pension is the key access for what's growing that divergence and that inequality. So yes, if you look at distributional policy from government and cash transfers, there is a gradient and there's a distributional gradient, and it goes towards older cohorts than younger, and that creates distributional problems. But it is minute compared to the broader dynamics in the economy around flows towards those that already have high income. So I think that a big part, look, there's so many answers. This is really the question about what do you do about the distribution of wealth. Yeah. And I think there are 2 big things here. One is sort of the more traditional thinking about what do you do about inequalities in household private wealth. And that comes down to home ownership, structures of ownership, comes down to pension pots and who has access to private pension pots, comes down to taxation, and particularly how do we tax remuneration and income from wealth, which where taxation is lighter than it is on earnings. So there's a number of policy areas there, but there's a second area to this, which is that we also need to think beyond private household wealth, because a big part of people's wealth sits in their access to resources through other means. So there's some really tangible examples of this. In the UK, we have much higher inequality of private household wealth than, say, in Germany. Much lower. Germany has much higher inequality, which is what people don't often think. And the reason for that is because we have much weaker access to state pension, to public service housing, to other forms of risk aversion from the state, whereas in Germany you have stronger public pensions, you have stronger social housing provision. So it's not enough just to think about restructuring the bit of wealth that is private household, but think about how does it play with how the state and other institutions open up wealth through social connection.
Dan, did you want to come on that quickly?
Very briefly, yeah. Yeah, I agree with Alfie that it's definitely not all just about the state pension, and we remain fully committed as a party to continuing to increase the state pension in line with the triple lock in the years to come. And personally, when I think of me and my generation, I think that's a good thing for people who are young today, because it means that the state pension will be more adequate when we finally make it to retirement.
If we ever do.
Yeah, we will. One day, we hope. One of the things that Alfie touched on in terms of this surprise that inequality in wealth is lower here than in Germany, the other way of putting it is that home ownership rates are higher here, and we know that almost every person in their 20s, if you survey them, they want to own their own home, but they're locked out of that, and they're locked out of that ability to gain that housing wealth because of our restrictive planning system. There's lots of reasons, but one of the reasons is that the restrictive planning system hasn't enabled us to build the homes that we need in the places that we need them, so that young people growing up in my constituency in North London can live near their parents rather than having to move much further out. That's actually a good dynamic for the Labour Party electorally, because it's why we've won all these satellite towns around London. But I'd much prefer people in their 20s and 30s to be able to live where they want to rather than be forced out. So that's why me and others are part of this group called the Labour Growth Group within the Parliamentary Party, working to make sure that the government knows that as far as we're concerned, on the backbenchers, they've got our support when it comes to making these reforms, to supporting more people into home ownership. And the final point on that one is that the government, some of you may have noticed, did make some changes on inheritance tax in the budget.
Thanks, Dan. And you know, that point on intergenerational inequality, our research last year showed that 80%, 80, of people surveyed believe that the next generation will have to move away to succeed in life and to get on. So grounding that question in place is absolutely essential.
And we've ended up in a place where people feel like if they grow up in the northeast, like where my dad did, they still have to move away, like he did. He came down to Oxford, which is good because he met my mum. But also we're in a place where people who live in London have to move away. So the whole thing needs a total rebalancing, which is why all that we've been discussing around devolution, making sure that cities outside of London can do well and other regions can prosper, is essential. We've got people having to move away from everywhere.
Thank you. On that note, I feel like we could talk all day about these issues and we're only just beginning to scratch the surface. So hopefully we'll get more into the details of some of these issues. Thanks very much. And thanks, give a round of applause to our brilliant panel. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was an absolutely excellent panel. There's so many great points there. But we're going to have a short comfort break now. As I remember, the loos are downstairs, pastries are next door, and we'll see you back here. If we could be back here sharp for 12 o'clock, that would be excellent. Thank you. Right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. If we could take a seat, please, so we could get cracking with our next panel. We've had an excellent morning so far. The last panel was really interesting. Whose growth is it? You know, we heard about, you know, why growth is important, what growth looks like, the money in people's pockets, the money for public services, and also critical reform, particularly around things like planning and devolution for housing and infrastructure. Now, in our next panel, we're going to be exploring how power can be handed away to deliver prosperity in every community. It's a really important theme of today's conference, and of course, it's a big theme of the work that the CPP does, and I know it's something that all of you in the room care passionately about. So we've got a cracking lineup for you. We've got Ben Lucas, who's founding director of Metro Dynamics. We've got Martha Crawford, who's Assistant Director at the Living Wage Foundation. We've got Helen McNamara, who is the Chair of the Future Governance Forum. And I'm delighted that Ben Franklin is going to be steering us through this panel. Let's give them a warm round of applause.
Brilliant, thanks. There's quite a lot of Claires today, I think, although unfortunately our mayor, Claire Ward, has had to drop out last minute, but we still have plenty of lovely Claires left in the building today. Now, this is a really important panel, and we've already touched on aspects of the devolution agenda and the importance of giving places power and empowering places as we move forward and we build on the government's early agenda. There's lots of policy initiatives currently happening and legislation happening in terms of the devolution white paper that I believe is imminent. If it's not this week, maybe it's the week after. Not entirely sure yet, but maybe others have a bit more insight as to when that's going to be published. But that's a critical kind of litmus test for how this government is seeing devolution and how places can work with government. And obviously we're in a really privileged position to be hearing from the Minister, Jim McMahon, at the end of today. But you know, we have a fantastic panel here. So we've got Ben, obviously, who has great knowledge of devolution, growth, and inclusive growth. And a lot of the CPP's vision initially came from some of your own work and thinking with Charlotte Aldrich, our previous CEO, while at the Royal Society of Arts. We've got Martha, who is doing brilliant work with the Living Wage Foundation on and with places to improve people working in the foundational economy in particular. And then, of course, we've got Helen, who has done all sorts of jobs as a senior civil servant, and tells it like it is, I believe, which is going to be great for us today to hear about how she thinks Whitehall might be able to support the devolution agenda in a way that works for all places. So, without further ado, can I first hand over to Ben?
Thank you. And I think that some of the themes that we were discussing in the first session will, as it were, spill very much into this discussion as well. And, you know, if you start with the sort of paradox that Britain is, apart from New Zealand, I think the most centralised country in the developed world, as well as being the most unequal regionally, that tells you that that level of centralisation isn't working. And I think that what we've seen from the move towards mayors and mayoral combined authorities and devolution is a recognition that you need to be able to drive growth and control the levers of growth and inclusive growth at the level at which people live and work. around functional economic areas, large conurbations. And to me, that just inherently makes sense. It's how a lot of the rest of the world is organised. It isn't until relatively recently how we've been organised in this country. And I wouldn't underestimate the scale of the challenge that's required to move towards a model that embeds inclusive growth at a local level. One of the things that Helen and I were talking about just now is that we were both in Manchester a couple of weeks ago for what felt like several days of sort of reflection, associated initially with a memorial service for Sir Howard Bernstein, and then a discussion that carried on over the next few days about the budget. And one of the things that Howard and Manchester put at the centre of the agenda was the idea that growth and reform are two sides of the same coin. You can't just have a concentration on economic growth unless you're also driving public service reform. And the reason that sort of came up a lot in the conversation that we were having in Manchester was that another friend of ours who has spoken at previous CPP conferences and I worked with on the City Growth Commission, Jim O'Neill, made the point that if you look at the very tepid OBR growth forecasts and the pretty alarming debt forecasts, the one thing that unites those two is a combination of the fact that the only way in which in the long term, or one of the ways in which in the long term you can increase growth is by having more people in the workforce, and that has to do with tackling economic inactivity. The North East, for example, over 100,000 people are economically inactive through ill health, twice the rate of London. And the other is wider health inequalities that will drive debt. Something like 40%, you could reduce debt by about 40% by 2070 if we could remove the health inequalities that we have in Britain. So that, I think, makes a very strong case for a focus on growth and reform. But I wouldn't underestimate how big a challenge that will be for government. We've not had in Whitehall any sort of particular focus on public service reform for at least a decade, maybe slightly longer. So a lot of the kind of initiatives that were taken around things like strategic partnerships, local strategic partnerships, total place, community budgets, etc., that were all had elements of a place-based way of thinking about public services and inclusive growth, have not really been developed much over the last 10 years. So I think we're in a situation at the moment, very early days of a government, which is trying to do something different. Sometimes I suspect a lot of Whitehall itself doesn't quite understand what ministers mean when, for example, they say growth and reform. I think they mean different things by that, but they're not really clear what is meant by it. So there is a real, and I think places are feeling that because I know that you'll be hearing from Rob Hamilton later from the North East, who we've been doing quite a lot of work with. As part of the new government coming in, they've asked places to develop local growth plans. There's a danger they get seen as simply another mechanism by which central government is telling local government what to do, i.e. come up with a plan that identifies four, for example, key growth sectors, make it align with the National Industrial Strategy and job done. That is not the actual idea behind local growth plans in their most transformative way of thinking, which is much more that they are 10-year plans for places that look at the underlying social and economic conditions in place, including what kind of prevention initiatives would you need to take in order to drive long-term change. What are the sort of investable propositions, investor-save type propositions that could underpin the kind of change to the national numbers that we would need to see if we were to have both a higher level of growth, a more productive society, more inclusive growth, and lower debt levels. That needs to be developed and is far more transformational than simply identifying a few sectors that align with National Industrial Strategy. But it requires new thinking, and it's one of the things that I think is most exciting, is to see, as part of the discussions that we're having with the CPP and the Future Governance Forum, the potential to create a wider forum, vehicle for driving this thinking, which can't just come from Whitehall and it can't just come from ministers. If you want mission-based change, then by definition, that has to involve a very wide partnership. It has to involve people at a regional and a local level with expertise and know-how about this. I was talking to Steve Houghton the other day in Barnsley, who is the council leader who developed the Pathways to Work idea. He also, by the way, did Future Jobs Fund in 2008, which was one of the most innovative bits of public service reform introduced by the last Labour government. And he said that what in practice you need is to have a model for being able to invest in the community, which means skilled community workers, it means hyper-local forms of transport that connect people to employment opportunity, as well as very tailored health interventions that support people back into work and that deal with some of the issues that were raised in the last session. And one of the things I think is a big opportunity is to look at initiatives all over the country that are being taken at the moment. The Working Well pilot programme in Manchester, the Child Poverty Unit that's being established in the North East, the work that's being done in Camden to establish a community wealth fund, the Cardiff Ambition. There are actually a lot of different things happening around the country that are all about different ways of thinking about a prevention-based approach to inclusive growth and public service reform. And what I think we need to do is rapidly assimilate some of the ideas that we can get from those to think about how can we at scale create the case for an investment model to drive prevention. So to me, the big ambition for us in the work we're doing with places should be to be able to drive a long-term change towards shifting interventions around prevention so that you can deliver much more inclusive local economies.
Brilliant. Thank you so much, Ben, for those really important points. And turning to you, Martha, obviously you've been doing some of this innovation on the ground. You've been working with metro mayors and other place leaders in terms of building living wage places. It'd be great to hear you about the insight of what's working well. How do we pull lower paid and foundational economy workers with us so that growth doesn't just become about high value add clusters?
Yeah, thank you. I'm aware that maybe not everyone knows who the Living Wage Foundation is, so just to kind of do a bit of that scene setting, because I think it's also important to the kind of points I'm going to make, is that the Living Wage Foundation is the organisation at the heart of the campaign for a real living wage in this country. We work with over 15,000 employers across the UK to pay their staff a real living wage. It's different to the government's confusingly called national living wage. And we accredit employers to pay two rates. There's a London living wage and a kind of rate for the rest of the country. And the campaign actually started in a room very different to this one in 2001. It started in a boxing hall in Bethnal Green, and it was community leaders, faith leaders, people who went to faith institutions, churches and mosques in East London, parents and teachers meeting in their thousands to talk about the scarring effect that low pay was having on their communities. And like one story that really sparked that was a nun who worked in a school in Newham in East London, finding a child had written in one of their workbooks about their mum being dead and contacted, sort of flagged this with the school, and it turned out actually the mother wasn't dead. She was just working so much that the child didn't see their mum and thought their parent was dead. And, kind of fast forward nearly 15 years, today there are over 15,000 living wage employers in this country. It's one of the most successful living wage campaigns kind of globally, but also, a really successful civil society movement that has not only kind of pushed voluntary action on pay, but arguably probably also has been an influence on us having a very high kind of minimum wage in this country as well in comparison to other countries in Europe. And in terms of impact, that means that every year when the real living wage goes up, just under 500,000 people get a pay rise based on what it costs to live. And it's put over £3 billion back into the pockets of low-paid workers. And we absolutely wouldn't have been able to make any of this change without taking a kind of place-based approach. And that is partly because of where it came from. Community organising is very place-based. The work that our sister organisation, Citizens UK, does is based in places across the UK. And so that is very, that informs our way of working. But we also do work on a place-by-place basis in order to drive change. And one of the ways in which we do this is recognising the local dividend for paying people more for local economies. And Alfie did a very good job earlier of setting out why you want to tackle poverty for families because of the number of people that are still in poverty in this country and that not going away, the long-lasting effect of that on children growing up in poverty. 2 in 3 children in this country growing up in poverty have a parent in work. So there's a huge role that work can play on this, but also there is a real case for change of local economies. And some research that we did a couple of years ago and are redoing in the new year looks at that kind of local dividend. And actually, if a quarter of people who weren't being paid the living wage now got an uplift to the real living wage, that would be worth £1.5 billion at a kind of national level. And at a regional level, that would be 386 million in London, 56 million in Greater Manchester, and 31 million in Cambridgeshire and Peterborough. And I'm not going to read the rest of them, but I'm just giving a kind of indication there. So I guess that we have been working on taking a place-based approach for a long time. We solidified some of that work with our living wage places work, which recognises and celebrates geographical areas where organisations from a very broad range of places are working together to increase the percentage of people paid the real living wage in that place. And it is really important that they set a plan. It's not a 10-year plan, it's a 3-year plan that they are all committed to about what role they can take in making that impact. And, local government is involved, and we work on a living wage places model with city regions in Manchester and London really effectively with the regional mayors there, but also civil society is present and also local businesses. And there are 17 kind of living wage places across the country working to that model. And so I think that actually thinking about place has been something that has been really part of our movement and our success. And I can talk a little bit more in the discussion about the kind of impact that that's had. But in places like Manchester, for example, since we started taking this more formalised approach, the number of accreditations, businesses paying it, has doubled by taking that effort in a way that when the place didn't exist, that approach didn't exist before, we weren't seeing doublings of accreditations in 2 years, which has been what we've seen. In Manchester and in London, it's gone from, there's been kind of a similar amount of impact, and now in London, before we kind of work to making London a living wage city, it was about 80,000 people who were getting a pay rise every year in London based on the cost of living, and that has now doubled to 160,000 people through kind of taking a very deliberate approach. And then I guess the thing that one of the things that I wanted to say is about you need to, lots of this debate about good work and creating strategies to, create focus on sectors where there are good, high-paying jobs is really important, obviously, but we can't forget about the foundational economy roles, particularly when actually lots of those kind of roles sit around these more high-paying sectors and also within them. So most of the impact that we make as an organisation is not actually about there are some employers where it's about their directly employed staff, but it's about their third-party staff where actually most of the impact can be made. So I guess thinking about, who works for these people, either directly and indirectly, and kind of making sure that how things like, the Employment Rights Bill can be a key part of the growth plans in ensuring these jobs which aren't high paid but are really important, are also being kind of considered. And the last point I really wanted to make was around the process of doing this. Through the work that we've been doing with the Making London a Living Wage City project, 10,000 people from London, from churches, mosques, synagogues, schools, colleges, have been involved in that work. And actually the process of making change at a place-based level, I guess the thing that I would worry about, to kind of further your point, Ben, of, the risk of the growth plans is that places and, people can feel like the kind of local government can feel done to by central government, but actually people can feel done to even at a kind of place-based level. So how you include people in this work is incredibly important. And it's just like kind of worth saying that I really think there's an opportunity here in when you bring decision-making powers closer to the people and their lives, actually there's real hope there for how people are closer to being able to push for the change that they want and being involved in the democratic process between elections. And that in the cases of the Making London a Living Wage City project and making Greater Manchester a living wage kind of city region, those, though, you know, that didn't happen behind closed doors thinking about, okay, what can we do together? That was local communities coming together saying this is what we want to see for our city and negotiating with the Metro mayors ahead of election cycles and winning those commitments. So I just wanted to say I think like process is really important and local people, local institutions is really important in all of that.
Brilliant. Thank you so much, Martha, and great to hear about all the work that the Living Wage Foundation are doing with places. It's really inspiring the change that you're affecting on the ground, and your points around effectively kind of double devolution and how you get community involvement and support neighbourhoods is a really important point. I want to turn to Helen now, if that's okay, and talk about how much transformation is possible between the centre and regions. Obviously, with your former civil service hat on, you know, and how important are mayors and other prominent leaders in shifting the dynamic versus how much is dependent on Whitehall?
Thank you. Sorry, just lean forward rather than leaning back. I mean, that's really inspiring to hear from both of you, and I want to pick up on something that the two of you said to start off with, as well as I'm not sure I'd Tell It Like It is a particularly great brand, but thank you for that. I'll try. I think that your point about process really matters, but also your point about people, I think is totally fascinating. Like, who does this power belong to anyway? And who's spending it on their behalf is, I think, a question which goes to, like, what is the wiring and what's the decision-making process and who's in charge? Which sounds unbelievably simple, but actually that's really where the heart of a lot of this is. And you're absolutely right, Ben, that experience in Manchester was incredible, not least because any of you in this room who remember Howard will know what an extraordinary force of nature he was. And being there and listening to and thinking about all of the things that he did, you're just really struck by why just here? Why is it only this person in this place that was able to make these things happen? And does it really have to be this hard? And the event you're talking about that we did with Jim, one of the first questions was like, oh, I always sit in these rooms and everyone's just banging on about devolution. It's like, here we are again, banging on about devolution. And there's a reason for that. And I'm kind of unapologetic about it. And in the FGF, we are unapologetic about banging on about two things. One, which is that mission-led government is a great idea, and making it work properly is also a mission, by the way, and that you don't get anywhere and nothing is going to change unless we think about how decisions are made as also about what decisions are made. So one of the things about being a former civil servant is that you see much more. So I spent nearly 20 years in the civil service, and I'm a huge champion for it. I think that there's some amazing civil servants doing great things. And none of the reasons why that we're in the place that we're in is because bad people have been sitting in rooms trying to do wrong things. And I think it's really important to recognise that and understand that there is something really profound in the incentives that work in Whitehall decision-making that produce the wrong outcomes, even when you have people with the best intent. And I am totally delighted to see the changes and the proposals to changing local government structures. I have to say, like, my little nerdy heart leapt with joy when I saw that reporting. And I can't wait to see what the government are going to do in terms of the white paper, because I think there is creative thinking and all of that stuff going on, particularly in that department. But even if you have the best will in the world, even with the best white paper, even with the most extraordinary set of plans for local government change, you don't really move anything until you move the actual fundamentals of decision making. And I think that's the challenge for all of us as we think about what next. So I'm going to explain a little bit about how sometimes decision making in government works, which I'm sorry if it seems really obvious, but I think it wasn't that obvious to me, and I see it much more clearly now. So say if you take, everybody thinks that you can get growth, and goodness knows, do we need growth as a country? So the Oxford-Cambridge corridor, which CLG loves to talk in corridors, which always amused me when I was there, but that tract of land and the amount of growth that you could get if you can manage to stimulate both housing growth and businesses and all of those things, everybody agrees with that. There have been, I mean, over the last 10 years, I don't know how many hours have been spent with very sensible people having very good conversations about what the answer is to that problem. One of the fundamental things why things don't happen is because everybody leaves those rooms, whether this is local government chief executives, whether this is the people who are running the transport network, the people who are running the housing development network, whether it's the Treasury. Everybody leaves those rooms thinking this is all great, and nobody has left this room thinking this is my job to sort this out. Because actually, when you come to it, what you have is a lot of people with different siloed incentives who are trying their best to deliver their thing, but what you don't ever really have is a person who the place belongs to, who has the levers and the power to make that thing happen, and is going to be there for when it doesn't work and keep on fixing it. So one of my foundational, and I kind of apologise and don't apologise for talking about this quite a lot now, but one of my foundational experiences as a civil servant was the Olympics and the Olympic bid, and then the kind of seeing what has happened in that place. And one of my reflections on that experience was really, I mean, it wasn't at all baked in, by the way, that hosting a sporting competition would deliver the growth and the change and the joy and the jobs and everything else that's bringing. That was all the hard work of lots of different people. But the reason that worked is because you couldn't avoid it. You couldn't kind of pretend it wasn't your problem. You couldn't, if you're national government or the mayor, or if you're local government, or if you're the local community. And what that process was able to do, and it's not just in the ODA and the Olympics, it's also some of the things that Howard was able to do in Manchester, is if you have people whose sole focus is changing a place and making it better for people to live, and there's going to be jobs, and there's going to be green spaces, and there's going to be schools, and there's going to be healthcare, the only people who can really care about and carry that burden and do the work and do the changing and do the adapting are the people who are working in that place. And so often the conversation about devolution becomes this really weird trading of, here's my list of things that I do if I'm a central government department, and here's your funny list of things if you're a local government, but even local government, you're only in charge of this bit of local government. And we're going to sit together and we're going to work out on this matrix that we've made up, which has nothing to do with the human experience of living in a place, which of these things we're going to trade off against each other, and then, hurrah, we've done devolution. As opposed to, I don't think it is at all controversial to say that looking at what is happening in our country and what we are seeing in our country now, compared to other places in the world, compared to how great we could be, is also to do with the way that those decisions are made. And some of the things that we are trying to do repeatedly through government don't belong to government. They belong to, sounds really pathetic, but they do belong to the people who live in a place. And it's not just about being involved at electoral cycles, it's about what do I want to happen in the place that I live in, and being totally open to, not in a kind of patronising, then we'll talk to the third sector, and not in a kind of, well, unfortunately we've got to deal with these business people. But if you want to genuinely change a place and create properly inclusive growth, you have to have people involved and invested who are not people from government. And that, again, shouldn't be a very controversial thing to say, but to really allow power to be freed up in a way that you can get people together in a place and take those decisions is hard, but it is doable. And there are countless examples in this, even in this country, of places where that has been made to happen. Yes, it takes dynamic leadership. Yes, it usually takes a very generous politician who's prepared to sit to one side and say, you guys take the credit and we'll work together on this. But that's the fundamental conversation we need to be getting into on devolution. And that's the work the FGF have done about impactful devolution, about how you deliver missions, is all in that space of actually how do we turn these things into practical things that can happen and copy from best practice and make the wiring different. Because if we don't change the wiring of how decisions are made, and by that I mean how are budgets distributed and allocated, how are outcomes measured, how are real costs shown. Because I think one of the things, picking up on the conversation again that we had in Manchester, but which is also really annoying. None of you are in Manchester, so I don't know why I keep referring back to that. So, but one of the things that came out of that conversation was about, the state of our public finances and the tax burden and the costs of healthcare and the costs of social care and the direction of travel that is all going in. And if we would like to look into the future and to feel more rosy, then the people who do those projections have to believe that there is public investment and there is hope for not just economic growth, but social growth that will do things like reduce the burden on the NHS. You have to see something to believe that to be true. And so, for example, and we're talking about doing a bit of work on this, how do you produce the mechanisms that's going to allow the ONS to look into 40 years' time and say, actually, we don't think that burden is going to be like this because we genuinely believe that this programme of government investment, the way this government is going to work, has got a fighting chance of reducing the costs on the NHS, not because that is an instrumental thing, which is valuable, but actually because that's what makes people's lives better. That is what is going to allow, yes, as a country to be better, but it's also going to help us to tackle inequality and to give people opportunity and to be our best selves. And we sort of, it is urgent to fix that. We can, otherwise we'll be in this room again, or versions of us will be in this room again in 10 years' time, banging on about devolution. And it'll all be about devolution in this very kind of small way of thinking about it, as opposed to actually, how do we structure decision-making in this country, which is going to get the very best from everybody, wherever they are. And I would rather take the question from that direction inwards, I think.
Brilliant. Thank you so much, Helen, for those really, really useful insights. A quick question from me as a sort of chair's prerogative, if that's okay, to the panel, and it is linked to this notion of how do we bring community along, how do we involve neighbourhoods, and obviously there's going to be a push, we think, in terms of completing the devolution map, in terms of that move to mayoral combined authorities, and potentially that then takes away some of the powers from local authorities, question. But how do we ensure through that move that we do the sorts of things you're talking about, Helen, which is to build in that community ownership, community power angle to this, so that, you know, some of the poorest neighbourhoods are involved in co-creating the sorts of neighbourhood health interventions that are required to improve people's lives ultimately? I don't know who wants to. Ben, do you want to start? Maybe I'll move that way down.
Okay, but just to say that that's absolutely the core of it. So if you look at the Get Britain Working White Paper that was published yesterday, which I think actually gives grounds for real optimism, there's it enables 8 different parts of the country to start to develop a different approach to something that's fundamentally not working at the moment. And I think the only way in which you could do that is to recognise that even in those places, the issue doesn't present itself equally across the whole, for example, of the North East. It's actually in particular communities and neighbourhoods. And the truth is, whether you, on this devolution discussion, simply, as it were, changing the name on the door, or the people responsible in itself is not going to change the outcomes unless communities are involved, as you say, in co-designing what's required for them. The truth is, a lot of people don't trust a job centre, for example, because they think it's an agent of the state. They think if they go there, they're being potentially seen through the prism of being potentially sanctioned, rather than it being a place that might be supporting them into work. So what I actually think you need to do is to involve local communities much more in the design of programmes that are about local health and employment support and community and youth facilities. And ultimately, I would see, you know, in the long term, the development of things like local growth plans should be embedded in local communities. Mm-hmm. There should be the kind of articulation up from communities through local authorities and then through mayoral combined authorities of what people see as being the future ambitions for their place. And if they're not, they won't be authentic enough.
Can I just jump in on
Yeah, please.
Sorry, so I think so I totally agree with that, but also I think the other thing that's important to think about is that's important for democracy as well. That one of the problems we've got with the way in which we've grown our society over time is that it's very easy, because it's sort of true sometimes and sort of not true, to think it's not your fault and it's not your job to fix it. And I can, you know, be a business owner in a small town and think this is just ridiculous and it's terrible and I wish the government would do something about it. Because all the incentives are to say, partly because it is true lots of the time, we have no mechanism to fix this locally. And when I try to fix something locally, it's impossible and I get faced with bureaucracy and I get faced with whatever else. But the fact that what we've done through the way in which we run these systems and structures is make everybody feel powerless and like it's somebody else's fault. I mean, not great if you're a politician and it's going to be your fault come the next election, but also not actually really good for the way that our society functions, because people then feel powerless, and powerless individuals don't always make smart choices. So there is something about this and it's very easy to say that, like, how do you make sure that when you have a local growth plan, it's actually what the people in the area want, and that they don't feel done to? And that is the thing that I worry about with some of this devolution, is it comes to like what's administratively convenient and what's neat on a page. And you have all of these arguments in Whitehall about exactly which you try to all have different regions and because it's just easy, because it's hard to look down from SW1 and think, where's the country and how do we do this? And it's really annoying that this economic geography isn't the same as that economic geography. So just to make life simple, because we can only fit it on one page, we're going to do this. And that is just practically what happens if that is how you take decisions. Whereas if you start with towns, cities, places, you have to think quite hard about how you do this in rural places or places with less population, but you have to find mechanisms by which you engage the people who live there. And it's not compulsory, right? But you have to find ways by which you start from growing that. And that is good not just for growth, because you're more likely to meet the needs of the communities and the people who want jobs and the businesses that are there. It's good for civic society, because it's the people who are volunteers for their community in their place, who are much more connected and smarter about what needs to happen. But it's also like one of the foundations of our democracy that we are in danger of corroding if we're not careful. Corroding further, I should say, cheerily.
Thank you. Martha, did you want to comment on that?
Yeah, and I think that, I guess the thing that I think is that you need to go where people are, rather than tell them where you want them to be. So even before kind of saying this is, like finding out what are the things that affect their lives and what are they angry about, and like not just going to them with a what do you think about this on a kind of consultative basis, actually finding out what are the key things making theirs and their families' lives harder. And also that some of this is already happening. So the work that Citizens UK does do across the country at a place-based level is about supporting people, through institutions that already exist, faith institutions, education institutions, community associations, to feel hope and powerful, and to change materially things going on in their neighbourhood. And I worked as a community organiser for Citizens UK in Croydon, Hackney and in Oxford. And people, that the process of community organising is not just about like winning the living wage at the end of it, or like winning bus passes for asylum seekers, which recently was a win in Oxford, since we've kind of talked about Oxford. But it's also about like who is winning and what winning does to people, and what winning does for like what people then feel about being part of the democratic process in their place. And there's this amazing school in East London called St Anthony's, and I don't know if anyone has ever been to any of our living wage events, but often they're the choir that kind of sings, and they write songs about how much the living wage means to them. And one of the reasons for that is that 50% of parents who have children at that school don't get paid the living wage, they get paid the minimum wage. And they're this amazing school, primary school, who have got City Airport in East London and Tate and Lyle to become living wage accredited employers by kind of taking fun action on them, turning up, singing songs about how important the living wage is and wanting to meet with them. And when you talked, so they're at this primary school, and when you talk to some of the teachers of secondary schools in that area, they know the children that have been at St Anthony's and have gone through that process, because they are like more confident than other children because they've won something very meaningful in their local area. Yeah. And so I guess it's, very important to, like include people in things, but also there is already work going on where people are being made to feel more powerful and more hopeful about their local community. And, that's as much about the national campaigns that Citizens UK take on, like the Living Wage campaign, but others, but also about getting a proper crossing outside a school and proper lighting underneath a pathway where people kind of walk between work and home.
Great, thank you. Okay, so time for audience questions. Does anyone have a question they'd like to put to the panel, please? I can see there's one down here in the middle, and there's two down here. Should we take these two down here? And then I think there was one right in the back left. Yeah.
Thank you. It's really interesting. Suresh Weerasinghe from Aviva. I've got a question on how do you see, what is the responsibility or the role of central government in responding to a place-led growth plan that deals with the kind of things that Ben's talking about? So if you do have to pick some winners about regional economic growth, it's going to bring in, say, for example, Aviva-type private sector money. How does government respond to that, and how does it weigh up? Don't you end up this kind of competition between the regions anyway?
Thank you. Should we take in batches of two? And I think so. There was one here, and then there was, I think there was a lady right at the back of the room as well. So yeah, this person here first.
I'm sorry, can't see.
Oh, sorry. Right, yeah, Ross. If you go to the person at the back first, and then down here. Yeah, great. Thank you.
I'm very encouraged by your conversation. If social economic determinants affect 80% of diseases, how can we actually formulate policy when we do not have an intersectional viewpoint? Many of you brought that up, all the way up to government. Thank you.
Thanks very much. So the questions were, how do we utilize the kind of the emerging architecture around local growth plans and devolution around the picking winners question? And then there was a second one about the social and economic determinants and how do we start to design policy initiatives locally around that? Who would like to pick up on any of those?
Should I kick off on the last one, maybe? And this will not endear me to any of my former colleagues, but I think one of the things that we have got into the habit of in the way that central government thinks about things is that you don't want to ever see the hidden cost of not doing something. So housing, which and I'm looking at the director of the Future Governance Forum down there, so I'm also the chair of Shelter, but I promise I'm not going to abuse my position here to talk too much about housing. But thinking about my job at Communities and Local Government, where I was responsible for housing policy, housing is an absolute classic of you've allowed a fundamental which underpins sort of everything you're talking about, someone's sense of themselves, someone's safety, their ability to have a job, their ability to be health. The health and housing thing is so hard correlated, and yet it has been possible, not just, by the way, for governments in the last 10 years, but governments in the last 20 years to allow us, to even longer than that, but definitely the last 20 years, to not invest in social housing, whereas that is a thing that would, without a doubt, make a difference to all of the things that government purportedly cares about and does care about. And that, I think, is partly because of the way that money is counted, outcomes are measured, and decisions are made in different silos in different departments. So it's just not seen. And then 20 years down the line, you've got most of the problems we have. And in 20 years' time, further down the line, we're going to have even more problems, all of which come from people not living in safe communities and not having safe places to live. And that's why the mission-led idea is such a big and profound and powerful one for me, that if you start from, which sounds unbelievably simplistic, which is what does a person actually need, and then how are you going to configure the world around them to give them what they need, both kind of how are they going to be able to do what they can do, how are the community going to be able to support, all of those things, you have to find a way of getting to the fundamental horizontals, if you like, about how do you do that. So I would like to see, in the way in which our discussions are around budgets, around spending, to show the cost of not acting as much as the cost of acting, because it's only when you can be faced with the horror of what you haven't done that I think you can make different choices. Because spending in government is not based on, this is the whole country, this is where we are, this is what we really need. It's, here is the budget you had last time, and are you going to go this way or that way on the spending lines you've already got? Like really fundamental reworking of how the state funding is allocated is really hard. It's really challenging. I think, by the way, it was always a pretty impossible thing for a brand new government to do between July and next year. So I'm not pretending for a second it's easy, but I do think that's the conversation we have to get into, and particularly seeing the real cost, because the real cost comes, and the real cost often comes back to local government. So you see what's happened to local government budgets in the last 15 years. They used to be able to spend money on loads of things. They used to be able to spend money much more on investing in growth in their area, on the green spaces, on making streets look nice, and all of these things. And the budget has just become social care. Now, I'm not saying for 1 second that isn't important. Of course it's important. It's essential. They have no choice. They have to do that. But what have we done where that's all that we're doing and there's nothing to invest in the things that are going to, over time, make that budget go down. And that's the sensible conversation we're not having in this country at the moment, I think.
So there's a direction for Richard Hughes at the OBR, is the cost of not acting. I think that's a really important point. Yeah. Ben, you wanted to pick up on on Suresh's question around picking winners.
Yeah, well, I was particularly going to do this in relation to local growth plans, which is that, because you asked what's the role of central government in relation to them. So I think that in a process in which simultaneously places are developing growth plans through devolution, and at the same time there are going to be long-term, multi-year, what's called single settlements, I would want those single settlements to be as broad as possible. So, you know, my interpretation of where we got to under the last government was that, to be fair to Michael Gove, I think he was really determined to drive this agenda, but he didn't convince anyone else in his cabinet, and therefore the bit of government he was able to devolve was his own department and the funding streams within his own department, and that was about it. So, to me, what you would want to see in single settlements is a much broader devolution of funding pots, which is, in Britain, the easiest way of doing a kind of fiscal devolution would be called income assignment, a revenue assignment, where effectively you're taking blocks of funding and then allocating on a place level across a place. The local growth plan should identify what are the outcomes that an area wants to achieve over the long term that it would commit to seeking to achieve in relation to that single settlement. So that, to me, is the mechanism. The other thing I think is going to be really important is to build in terms of the shift to prevention funding, is to build in the potential for more investor save or gain share models. And it's interesting we were talking about Howard Bernstein, because Howard Bernstein briefly managed to convince the Treasury in 2015 to do a gain share arrangement with Manchester, whereby Manchester would keep some of the proceeds of future growth in return for greater flexibilities and an initial investment. But once George Osborne left the Treasury, and the Treasury, as it were, reverted to default mode, because fundamentally they didn't really believe gain share anyway, because they didn't believe, because of their view about displacement, they didn't really believe that any one place could grow its economy at a different rate from the rest of the country. What I think you could do now is widen that concept and apply it to social interventions, so that you could look at what would be the sort of benefits you might get over, say, a 5 or a 10-year period if you were able to reduce the number of people who are economically inactive, improve people's health, and then get to retain a monetized value associated with that improved outcome for a place. So in other words, you'd have a combination of single settlements and negotiated gain share arrangements. That's those sorts of things, I think, in a country that's still very fiscally centralised, could start to make quite a big difference.
Martha, did you want to come in on any of those questions?
Yeah, well, I mean, I just completely agree that people don't live single-issue lives, and therefore solutions also can't be single-issue. And I think that one of the kind of questions in the briefing about this was like, what are the risks to growth plans, and like, could it drive further inequality? I think one of the things that people need to be, we need to be like razor sharp on is all the things that also support access to good opportunities, and being mindful of the fact that, you know, drivers of inequality aren't just about linked to kind of growth. So transport to work, housing near your job, social infrastructure around it. You know, we talked about early years. You know, I've got 2 children in nursery at the moment, and I wouldn't be able to come here today if I didn't have that. Or my partner wouldn't be able to go to work either, maybe. We could also talk about that. But I think, yeah, you know, so, and then that kind of leads me to what I think, you know, what city regions can do, which is, you know, think about what they've got, and like leading by example on things like planning and procurement, and where that money goes and who it goes to is really important for thinking about how are you kind of walking the talk and, you know, driving things locally through kind of, you know, funding and money, but also setting an expectation of what it means to be an employer in this place, and what we expect from, like, you know, employers who can go further and create really good jobs, but also what do we expect for employers, you know, to kind of really ensure rights and, you know, stretching standards for people in like absolutely crucial jobs in the foundational economy.
Do you mind if I just add one thing?
Yes.
Which is thinking about Howard and the George Osborne story, which I think is an important one. So one of the things that George said when he spoke at the memorial service was that everyone moaned about the fact that the only place that had been given this deal was Manchester, and he was too favourable to Manchester. And his point of view, which is right, was that Howard was the only person who came to him with a really good proposal. And it's one of the things I used to say to my civil service teams all the time is like, don't worry about the fact that the Treasury aren't going to allow you to do this. Don't worry about this isn't going to work for that thing. No one ever turns down good work. If you really come together with a really, really good proposal, there is a job on anybody who wants to make a change in the place that they're responsible for. Go forward. Don't be put off by what's been said. If you've got a really good collaborative proposal to make a change happen, just do it. They can turn it down. But don't be constrained by the thinking of the system as it is. These things aren't laws of gravity, and you only make change happen by demonstrating that it can happen. And that requires good activist people being brave and coming forward with proposals, and then asking politicians, do you want to turn this down, or do you want to give it a go? And that is a totally different conversation to be having than a theoretical one about devolution.
The clock in front of me is staring me down the face at 2.5 minutes, and I know there was a person here that was wanting to ask the question earlier. If we can rapidly, yes, he's got the mic ready, go for it, quick fire.
Hi, so I'm Conor Moore of the financial insecurity charity Turn to Us. I've got a quick question on the charity sector and what the role could be in this regard. So it strikes me that the sector has been doing some of the concepts that you've been talking about for at least a decade in terms of co-production with people in local communities, place-based interventions. What commitment do we need from central and local government to ensure that all that expertise and effort over the last decade isn't wasted when we want to transfer this onto a national scale?
So we've got a big question there, and we've got 1 minute to answer it. Has anyone got some quick-fire responses to that good question?
Just to say, I think you're absolutely right. And one of the big challenges is that my understanding is a lot of the voluntary sector has been so cut back because of the funding that they don't now get from local government, that whereas this conversation 15 years ago, at the time of local strategic partnerships, was absolutely about how Turning Point and various other organisations could drive community engagement, what we now need to do is build up the capacity of organisations. It's great what the Living Wage Foundation are doing. It's interesting, for example, that I might be wrong about this, but I don't think we've got anyone here from a trade union. I used to work for my first job was working for a trade union, and I'm struck by the big role they've got to play in this, but the challenge for them will be to occupy a space that they've not been in for a very long time, which is what is their contribution, not just to their members' pay, but to much wider questions about the organisational work, local economies, how you're going to get more inclusive growth, etc. So I think a big part of our work should be how we can get more organisations like the Living Wage Foundation to be part of all of these conversations.
Great. Are there any last 10-second snippets?
Don't wait to be asked, just muscle in and do it.
Just muscle in, I love it. Brilliant. Okay, thank you so much to my fantastic panellists. If we give them all a big hand. And I'm going to hand back over to Ayesha, who I think is going to announce lunch. I think we've got lunch soon. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. That was such an interesting panel discussion there. And I'm just really struck by, I think, something that sort of Helen said towards the end of that. And I think this is something that's really important to have in our minds when we're thinking about how to kind of tell the story of what we're trying to discuss. I'm really struck by what Helen said about, this is not just what looks easy and right from an academic point of view on a piece of paper. This is about, back to that thing about storytelling, this is how people feel. I just want to leave you just this one thought to kind of ponder over lunch before we come back, which is, look, for a lot of people out there who are just citizens struggling, getting on with their lives in a really, really difficult situation right now, devolution does not mean anything to them. And what they do is they know that they've just had a general election. They know they've just elected a local MP. For many people, they think, well, surely the MP is responsible for, that's why we vote them in. And I think one of the things we've just got to be mindful of when we have these, detailed policy discussions, for a lot of people out there, I mean, I've just been involved in some work in my own community in the Lambeth area, when there's so many different layers of power, what there often is no accountability, because one organisation will sort of blame the other organisation. You know, the local council will say, look, well, our hands are tied here. Actually, this is to do with the police. So I think when we're taking our discussions forward, we've got to kind of think about it from a sort of end user point of view. You know, we can do wonderful organograms about how devolution should work, but it's how people feel. And I think the points that you all made are so important about joining up the dots, because we're talking, obviously, today is the focus is on growth, which is essentially economic. It's skills, it's jobs, it's businesses. You know, just being a great guy from, you know, Labour business here. You know, we've got to bring business into this conversation as well. Universities, colleges, trade unions. But also, if your area is riddled with crime and antisocial behaviour, that's not going to help you with your economic development. If you don't have enough police, if your shops are getting shoplifted left, right and centre, that's not going to help you with your message. There's all these other, you know, holistic things: health, addiction, homelessness, you know, domestic violence, all of these things. So I think just keep that thought in your head as we move forward, because that's part of the kind of storytelling narrative. You know, the organogram is one thing, the outcomes and the lived experience for people is very important. Well, look, enjoy your lunch. If we could meet back here at, what time is it, 1:40? Yeah, 1:45. We've got loads of great content for the afternoon. We're going to be doing the power test. Sam Friedman's going to be joining us with some excellent guests. And of course, we'll be hearing from Jim McMahon as well. So enjoy your lunch and be back here nice and sharp for 1:45. Well, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you all enjoyed your lunch, had a good opportunity to network. I could hear lots of snippets of interesting conversations going on. I think so far there's just been like so much food for thought. Certainly the little lunch table I was sat at, we were having some quite deep conversations about how we make this whole thing called devolution work, because that's kind of nerdy people we are here. Now, we're now going to have our third panel. We've got lots more to come. We've got some more panels. Sam Friedman and other guests will be joining me on stage for a live recording of the, or a sort of a in-person recording of the Paratest podcast. And it'd be great if you have any questions that you want to put to us or any of our guests. And we'll be joined by our keynote speaker, the Minister for Local Government, Jim McMahon. So will be really good to hear what he's got to say, because he's obviously like really pivotal in all of these discussions. But it's now time for our third panel of the day, a really, really important one, because we can't have a conversation about growth without really having a conversation about investment. And this panel is going to have a look at how to sort of shift the UK to a more investment-led model of growth. It's called Raising Public and Private Investment Everywhere. And of course, that kind of alchemy of the public and the private is going to be so important, particularly in an era where we know that the fiscal climate is very, very tight. So we've got a great panel. We have Rob Hamilton, who is the interim strategic leader on economic growth and innovation for the North East Combined Authority. We have Tim Fassam, who is the Public Affairs Director at the Phoenix Group. And we have Kitty Usher, who is the Managing Director and Group Head of Policy Development at Barclays. And this is all going to be expertly chaired by Dan Turner, who's Head of Research and Analysis at CPP. Let's give him a nice warm round of applause.
Thanks, Ayesha. Thanks, everybody. I hope everyone had a good lunch. And for those joining us online, welcome to our third panel. I was reflecting with someone over the lunch break that the two panels we had this morning started on what would an inclusive economy look like for the UK. We then got into a bit of a conversation of how do you start delivering that in terms of governance, in terms of what it means for our democracy and how we organise our communities around the principles of an inclusive economy. And I think this third panel then gets into the knottier question of how do we start paying for it, what do the financial flows look like in order to build an inclusive economy for all parts of the UK. So by way of a quick preamble, investment was, I think, within 10 seconds, the phrase that came out of the Chancellor's mouth when she gave her first budget just last month. And we know that it is desperately needed. For 24 of the past 30 years, the UK has been at the bottom of the table for investment in the G7. For business investment, we're currently standing at 28th out of 31 countries in the OECD. And while the Chancellor in her budget, through the amendments to the fiscal rule, has reversed planned cuts even further in public investment, we know that even with the current trajectory, investment is forecast to remain relatively low by international standards in the public sector and the private sector. So in this panel, we're going to be asking, what will it take to raise investment across the board? What's holding back private investment at the moment in the UK? How do we spend a still modest amount of public investment well to unlock growth across the country? And what's the role of the private sector in supporting public investment as well as driving growth on its own terms? So we'll be very ably supported in covering those questions by the panellists today. I'm going to invite each panellist to offer a few minutes of opening thought. We'll then have a quick discussion and throw it over to the rest of you for a Q&A session. So, Kitty, if it's okay, could we begin with you presenting your opening answers to those questions?
Thank you very much, Daniel, and hi, everyone. Great to be here. Just a few minor questions for us all to consider here. I come at it from the perspective of my current role, which is basically Barclays' internal think tank, so using all the data and expertise that we have access to as a big retail and business and indeed international wholesale bank to the public policy debate. Not lobbying, thought leadership, apparently. You can be the judge of that. prior to that, I've done a lot of work in think tanks and obviously was a politician in the last Labour government, including a couple of years in the Treasury, economist by training. Too much introduction. What I'm going to try and do is draw on all of that and perhaps give a few framing remarks in answer to some questions that I thought might be helpful. First of all, why is investment a thing now, in particular, in the debate? What is it that we're talking about? And what shifts the dial in terms of private sector investment? And I think that then takes us quite nicely into the role of place and how you direct that, where Rob is far more expert to give us his insights than I am. So first of all, why is this a thing? Now, like it or not, this is a thing now because of the fiscal position of the government. So public debt, I don't need to tell you, is normally measured as a proportion of the economy. It's around nudging 100% of the economy. The 100 bit is not meaningful. It's just the same size as the annual wealth created by the country. For context, in the last Labour government, when Gordon Brown was trying to position himself as Iron Chancellor, it was under 40%. That was his golden rule. To join the euro, European countries had to be below or heading for below 60, and we're at 100. So in the context of that sort of broader picture, it is too high. What does that mean? It has to come down. This government will not do austerity, so therefore it can only come down through economic growth, because that will improve, not only be good for so many other reasons, but means that tax revenues will rise. How do you get economic growth? Well, either people spend more, government needs to spend more, can't. Consumers need to spend more. People are feeling quite wary, cost of living crisis, and so on. Or exports need to go up hugely compared to imports, really hugely, and that's not happening at the moment due to geopolitics and our position outside the European Union. So that leaves one thing, and only one thing, that can go up that will drive growth, and that's investment spending. That's private sector investment spending. So there's a very sort of immediate reason why that is the government's growth strategy at the moment. And of course, it's not only good for increasing spending in the economy now if businesses decide to invest more, it also is what we need to modernise our country through infrastructure investment, and of course, it raises the long-term rate of GDP as well. So all of this is coming from the macro position. Question 2 is, what are we talking about? What is investment? I think it's really important in the debate, and I get very annoyed by this, so I'll try not to get too annoyed, to distinguish different types of uses of the word investment. There's public sector investment, which is obviously the amount of taxpayers' money that goes into capital spending, roads, railways, grids, houses, schools, hospitals. There's also foreign direct investment, that's other money from abroad coming in, usually private sector money, could be sovereign wealth funds. That depends on lots of things. But the things that it depends on is very different from the third part, which is absolutely crucial, which is companies in the UK deciding to invest for their own growth plans and their own futures. And that's what I want to focus on, because that, I think, is often outside the policy debate. And this is my last main point. And we need to understand it well. So private sector business investment is normally, generally, over the long term, on a kind of upward floating path, and that sort of correlates with productivity increases. That's what drives wealth in our economy. That general upward path plateaued in 2016 and has been pretty flat ever since. And we're doing some work within Barclays, within our, obviously we bank a whole load of small businesses and big businesses to understand what the drivers for investment are. And it seems to me that there's 3 types of drivers for investment. This is people running businesses thinking, shall I press go on that growth plan now or shall I wait? And thing number 1 is overall levels of sort of perceptions of economic confidence. So the conversation in the mind of a business leader, and this may be a very small business, would go something like this. Yes, I know what it is I need to do to grow, and in fact I've got a plan, and I know where I have to put my sort of extra pound in order to get my business to grow, but it's not a very good time at the moment. It's not a very good time because I'm not sure if we're in or out of the EU. I'm not sure what kind of government we've got. I'm not sure if there's what's going to happen because of the pandemic. I'm not sure what's going to happen because of Ukraine. I'm not sure what's going to happen with Trump. I'm just going to wait. I'm just going to wait because I don't want to lose that pound that I've saved up or that I've asked you to lend to me. So that is an absolutely crucial driver of investment. The great thing is it's almost free to fix if you've got a decent government that can create a calming environment. Thing number 2 is that makes companies invest is if they feel they need to survive. Look, I've got to invest in your training because otherwise I haven't got the skills that I need. I've got to invest in marketing or nobody's going to have heard of my product, let alone buy it. I've got to invest in R&D because I'm a biotech company. If I don't produce something new, then no one's going to be interested in us. And that does actually carry on. And that leads to the whole of economic policy as we understand it, investing in skills and training and competition. But I think there's a really interesting point about to what extent that kind of competitive pressure applies equally throughout the whole country. Because it may be in some parts of the country, it's easier to be slightly, this is going to be hard for me to say, but it's true, easier to be slightly floating along as a business leader, and there'll be less sort of urgency that you have to invest in order to survive. And the third thing, and here's where it gets really interesting, the third driver for businesses to invest is what I'd call a kind of big bet type of investment. So this is, I run a hairdresser's, I've got one competitor, they're in the next street, they go bust. Do I buy their premises or do I not buy their premises? Really big bet. Almost no-brainer that it might be a good idea. So it might be a merger and acquisition. It might be deciding, and this is where it gets into government policy again, it might be deciding that the government is serious about upgrading this train line and has opened the doors for a partnership agreement. And so actually, you will have that as a strategic priority. It might be your some kind of infrastructure or energy company, and you think the government is serious about its hydrogen allocation round number 6. And so therefore you will invest and you will compete and you will try and get that contract. So final thought, how do we draw all this together? There is a private sector investment is crucial for the economy and to get cash flowing through the economy. There is a role for government policy. Some of it is business as usual economic policy and skills and innovation and R&D and all the things that we're used to hearing about. Some of it, and I think this is understated and needs more attention, is the role of government to create a climate that people feel safe to invest in. And some of it is about creating the kind of guardrails for public-private partnerships so the private sector thinks it's actually worth doing big bets into an area that the public sector gets involved in. And I will pause there, but hopefully that's some useful framing remarks.
Brilliant, yes, thank you. I think I'm trying to come up with a triad to summarise that, and the inelegant version I can get to is confidence, competition, and conspicuous opportunities. That's the nearest I could get to.
That in our piece of work. Thank
So, Rob, what does that look like in Newcastle in the northeast from the perspective of a local leader, a local policymaker, trying to attract private investment, trying to make the most of public investment?
That's great. Well, thank you very much, Dan, and thank you, Kitty, for those remarks as well. And I mean, it was surgical, wasn't it, in terms of the analysis, but also quite sobering, really, in terms of the challenges ahead at a national level, but also at a local level. And a couple of, just building on a couple of the points that you raised, you mentioned about the need for policy stability. Well, as an example, the A1 north of Newcastle, there's been talk of dualling, that there isn't a dual carriageway between Newcastle and southeast Scotland. It's been talked about 25 times, announced 25 times in 35 years, and it's no nearer to happening now than it was in 1990. So, you know, it's that clarity really of ambition, and that's absolutely essential, and the ability to deliver so going forward. And another example before coming on to, I've also got some C's ahead, Dan, is about stability and stability of organisations. So when we're competing for inward investment and making the case for the North East, not just against places within the UK, but importantly against international competition, and many of the sectors where we have growth opportunities, particularly in manufacturing, we are in competition with places right around the world. But in Germany, their federal structure, which is often used to promote inward investment, they've got structures that have gone back 70 years, or in some cases, obviously, slightly more recently, but still a long time ago that the Berlin Wall fell. Whereas in the UK, we've been through that continual process of change, and it does create challenges, and it does take time to get governance established and priorities sorted out. But although those 2 points are negative, I am optimistic about the future. I recognise the challenges ahead for the country, and in terms of what MCAs can provide and mayoral leadership, there's the 3 C's that I would like to advance around clarity, coordination and championing. So in terms of clarity, it's that consistency of message in terms of where our priorities are, where our investment opportunities are, what the choices that need to be made, and how as a combined authority are we going to work to pursue them. And of course, the only way to pursue those objectives is by working with partners, stakeholders, national government, international investors. And it's that coordinating and the convening role of combined authorities that I think has been a missing piece of the picture for too long. But actually, what I'm seeing in practice, working under a new mayor that's incredibly ambitious for the region and incredibly ambitious for the organisation, is that willingness to, to bring people together and to, if necessary, bash a few heads together to make sure that we have got a consistent set of messages. And as an example of how we're trying to coordinate our approach, because there's no point replacing a system where, with a due deference to all the people who've been speaking from the public sector before, but we've had national government departments which are set up to be sort of institutionally siloed. There's no point replicating that with taking a siloed approach at a local level. But in terms of, perhaps our biggest step change opportunity here in the North East is around offshore wind. We think it's a £3 billion opportunity over the next 10 to 15 years. And there's a chance, if we can retain our market share at about 20% of the UK market, there's a chance to secure 15,000 additional jobs within that sector. So it's a really big opportunity for us that we'll either land in the next 10 years or that we won't land. And what that requires is for us to be thinking about, well, what's the sites, what are the infrastructure, how do we work with partners, how do we invest our own resources as a combined authority in skills, how can we invest our resources to try and unlock. We think we need £7 from the private sector for every £1 that we invest. So it's absolutely that role around coordinating. And then just the final C is around championing. And it's already been mentioned today about how important it is to have local leaders that are able to articulate their objectives and to speak to international organisations and to really make the case. And that's what we're trying to do in the North East, particularly around our growth sectors, around offshore wind or around advanced manufacturing, around the automotive sector. 35% of passenger vehicles are made in Sunderland. So we've got some great opportunities. There is that need to champion things externally. But what I guess I also see is that need to champion why we're doing things locally. And I'm looking forward to the devolution white paper and planning, for example, being one of the areas that I think it's everyone knows that strategic planning will be coming to combined authorities, and it's something actually, is potentially a challenge for combined authorities to get involved in planning decisions and planning issues, but it's something we want to walk towards. And actually, is that trade-off between, on some of our big projects, we know there could be planning challenges ahead. But it's important to have a mayor, and certainly our mayor would be willing, I'm sure, to champion those projects if she felt it was in the best interest of the region. And it's that ability to perhaps look at a slightly higher level, which is going to be important going forward. So, Dan, another 3 C's for you to add to your list, but thank you very much.
Are we going to make it 9?
Tim? I'm desperately trying to think of more things that begin with the letter C, and I think I'm going to fail dismally. So I'll take us in a completely different and random direction, and then hopefully it'll eventually link back, which is we in the UK are facing a retirement crisis. So Phoenix Group is the country's largest pension long-term savings provider. We look after about £280 billion for about 12 million customers, with brands like Reassure and most famously Standard Life tends to be the one that people have heard of. And between 2040 and 2060, fewer than 50% of the population are going to retire with what they need for a comfortable retirement. Now, we think there's three major solutions to this. The first is we are unfortunately going to have to work for longer, and that means we're going to have to make work better. It's going to have to be higher quality work for longer. We are going to have to save more, and we're really pleased the government is announced they're going to do a review of adequacy, which should increase savings levels. But if we're asking people to work longer, and if we're asking people to save more, it's absolutely imperative that we invest their money as well as we possibly can. And actually, if you look at international examples, most of the other really big pension markets in the world, and we're one of the biggest pension markets in the world, about £3 trillion of money caught up in the widest definition pension system, other countries do get better returns than us, these major markets. They also invest significantly more in what you might call productive assets. So venture capital, growth, private equity, infrastructure, housing. The UK, we invest between 6 and 9% on average. The international comparator is about 20%. So we've got this indication that actually, if we did invest more in these projects that will drive economic growth, that will also be good for our savers and good for people's retirement in the long term. So there's a real opportunity for a win-win. If you look at this at a macro level, you've got the UK is the second deepest pool of liquid capital in the world, i.e. the biggest pot of investable money, second biggest pot of investable money in the world, and we've got an investment problem. So there's something going wrong with the plumbing here. That's a bit weird on a basic level. So what's going on here? Well, with the pension market, we've got a few different things. We've got a combination of regulatory challenges, and this will increase the amount we can invest productively. Regulatory challenges, market challenges, and cultural challenges. So on the regulatory side, they're looking at the regulation of insurance companies. Very happy to talk more about that if anyone's particularly excited by insurance capital regimes, but it should mean we can invest more in infrastructure through something called the matching adjustment. We're then looking at how we can ensure that the regulation is appropriate for driving scale in defined contribution pension schemes, the type of pension scheme the majority of people in the private sector now have. It's currently about 600 million in defined contribution pensions. By 2030, it will be £1 trillion. If the things happen that we're expecting to happen by 2035, it will be £2 trillion in this money. And we think the government's absolutely right in focusing on scale. Why is that? At the moment, we have nearly 30,000 pensions in the UK, including 27,500 trusts. Now, if you've got hundreds of millions of pounds, that is an awful lot of money by any stretch of the imagination. But one of the magic tricks of investment is diversification. And that means if you want investment in that bit of infrastructure, or you want scale-up capital into that amazing high-tech company that needs £25 million to grow, you've got to be big enough to diversify that risk so that it's appropriate for pension customers. And just to be clear, we've had some challenge when we talked about risk and pensions. Pensions are too important to take risk. You shouldn't be taking risk with your pension. If you are 25 years old, you cannot touch that money for 40 years, and you're in a massive pool with thousands of other people. That is the best possible time to take risk. You've got years to get the upside if there's a bit of downside. You've got thousands of people to help you diversify out that risk. So getting to that space where we can take more risk in a sensible way by having these much smaller number of much larger pension funds will be really key to unlocking that money. On the other side of the equation, we've also got to look at the supply of investable projects. There's an enormous amount of need, but there isn't necessarily the supply of projects. Now, why is that? First and foremost, it's already been mentioned, the planning regime in the UK has to take some degree of responsibility. One of my colleagues who works in our real estate business has said we've upgraded ourselves from NIMBYs to bananas. And bananas stands for build absolutely nothing near anyone ever. And it's possibly not quite that bad, but the story of the A1, the HS2, just trying to meet our housing targets in the UK. And one of the risks we really struggle to manage is what we'd call political risk. The risk that a politician somewhere in the country decides that a project isn't going to happen and all of that investment disappears overnight. So as Kitty says, you need that long-term stability. And that's really one of the, if we get planning reform, that's the second thing we need, a material plan. That might be an industrial strategy, and in particular, it's a proper net zero transition plan, so we know which technologies are going to be taken forward by the government that can be invested in, the plan to upgrade the grid, so that if we invest in additional solar capacity, we know it can come back onto the grid and be useful and meaningful. And then finally, really agree with Paul, it's that all of these projects, be they high growth companies or be they infrastructure, are inherently local. And actually, be it metro mayors or other local government stakeholders, are really well positioned to convene all of the actors that need to be brought together to make these projects work. And that means you can unlock the planning. You can get some of those initial tentpole investors. You know, Andy Burnham set up this new quarter. He's got the university in. He's invested into the transport infrastructure. He's pre-given planning permission with a sort of essentially a version of zoning. That's a very safe investment. We know exactly how that's going to play out. So those local stakeholders, absolutely critical, as Rob, sorry, would you pull there for a second? Apologies. Rob had said before. So I think if we can get those right, so we increase the supply of capital, increase the development of projects, I agree we can be optimistic in unlocking investment in the UK.
Brilliant, thank you. I'm going to follow the precedent set by my colleagues Ben and Annabelle and ask a follow-up question, if I can, before we go to the audience. I think all three of you have made really compelling cases for how and why we have the potential to raise growth. We have an interest in CPP and at the Inclusive Growth Conference in the question of distribution and the inclusive elements of that as well. So I was wondering if all three of you could reflect on what it would take in addition, if anything, in order to make sure that we're not just seeing higher rates of growth, but we're seeing rates of growth that are more directed to the people or the communities that at the moment are most excluded from those opportunities. I don't know who wants to go first. Rob, maybe?
Yeah, I'm very happy to do that. So two things I think I'd like to say on that. One, which is, so the mayor has, in the North East, been absolutely clear that every single project, you know, from a skills project all the way through to an infrastructure project, has to demonstrate convincingly that it will have an impact on local people and make a difference towards a number one objective around reducing child poverty. And, you know, obviously, the first reaction of people like myself, as a sort of an ex-economist, I think I would call myself, it was to sort of scratch our heads and think, well, how can we just take the normal projects and just, you know, write a description that helps meet the example? But actually, you don't have to try that hard to start to think about how you can engage in a different way around projects. So even, you know, perhaps if you're thinking about high skill, you know, high innovation projects, well, actually maybe it's about thinking about how you connect to local schools or other areas. So by thinking about projects in a different way, hopefully it will sort of unlock some opportunities. And then if I could just dwell again on planning, because we always hear about planning being constrained, and we sit, the Combined Authority Office sits on a site that used to be a brewery, but before that was a mine. And when that site, it sat right in the middle of Newcastle city centre, and when that site was going to be developed by a partnership between the council, Newcastle University, and then actually ultimately Legal and General came on board as well. There were mine workings, and it was looking like you'd have to pour sort of tons of concrete into the site to try and get it to be stable. It actually turned out the most environmentally sustainable approach, according to our experts at Newcastle University, was to take out some of the coal that was still in the site. And effectively, we ended up with open cast coal mining within the city centre. And you'd think that this would, you know, be a disaster from a planning perspective with hundreds or thousands of objections, but there were less than 10 objections from local residents. And I think, you know, coming back to your point, the reason for that, and, you know, maybe it was done incredibly skillfully by my colleagues, or maybe it was chance, but actually incredible amounts of engagement with local residents, explaining what it is they were trying to do, explaining that actually they were looking to try and turn a brewery which actually had employed hundreds of people in the local area, but also had a really sort of 10-foot wall, so actually those communities were disconnected from the jobs, and actually to create an environment within the city centre where there could be jobs and permeability to the local deprived communities. And so that was a good example, I think, of getting communities on board, demonstrating impact and benefits, and then ultimately, succeeding in a bigger objective.
Great, thank you. Kitty, do you want to reflect on inclusive investment?
Yes, I think it's a really important question. I quite often try and sort of humanise business decisions because it's people who run businesses. And so I'm going to try and create a kind of pen portrait in order to answer your question. Imagine you're running a relatively small business, say employing between 10 and 20 people, and it happens to be in the community that you're from, and you happen to be from a community that's not particularly affluent. It's just that's where your home is. And if you're sort of considering how ambitious you want to be, are you okay operating at that level forever until you get bored or something changes? Or do you want to sort of grab the future of the business and really kind of go for growth? I think you then face quite an interesting choice. Like, do you decide that ambition is the most important thing, and so therefore you should locate in the best place to grow, which might mean that you decide to perhaps let people go and move to where the best cluster is, which if you're not particularly, if you don't have a big need for premises, could well be somewhere entirely different, possibly further near the centre of London, for example, where you've got all the networks and environments that's best. Or do you decide to say, no, I'm going to actually place is more important and I'm going to stay here? So for those for whom growth is the most important thing, the public sort of regional policy or mayoral response response to that needs to be right. This person needs to have around them what they need to grow so they don't feel they're making a choice between staying in the same place and growing. And so that then takes you towards really boosting local clusters so that it's okay, you've got people around you, and you feel that you're not sacrificing access to talent, opportunity, ideas, buzz, and basically nailing it by staying where you are. And I'm sort of going to plug CPP's work here. You did that really nice piece of work a couple of years ago that identifies sort of pockets of potential. I can't remember the name of the project, but
Open for Business.
For Open for Business, which uses, I think, ONS data to sort of identify where the kind of either current clusters or potential clusters are. I don't know the North East very well, but I do remember when I was last in Newcastle how I was really taken by the sort of life sciences thing and the kind of name and the brand that Newcastle have managed to bring there. And there, of course, are a multitude of other examples. So that's the kind of public policy response to try and stop the mobile ambition. For the slightly less ambitious ones, who are sort of considering, who's quite clear that they're kind of not going to move, is then how do you still enable them to grow? And so I think that has to be access to capital, and I think it has to be okay to grow, and you have to, the money has to come to them really. And then I think you're into a really interesting area, and Tim, you kind of alluded to this slightly about how you get capital to be comfortable with the idea of diversifying sufficiently so that they will have a pot that's allocated to, for example, the Trans-Pennine Corridor, where I'm sure there's lots of brilliance, but if you're a sovereign wealth fund based in the Middle East, then perhaps you're not going to really make sure you've got that expertise in your asset allocation kind of manager kind of expertise pot. And so then I think actually the front end is really interesting. This is the sort of final point I'd make. We've done a piece of research about where it is that local businesses look to when they're looking for advice on how to get access to finance. Obviously, they look to their bank, but they also do consider that there's a role for local authorities or possibly the sort of next tier up, maybe county authorities or possibly combined authorities to advise and support about how to get access, particularly to equity investment. But then the labelling and positioning of that is really important. It's really important that it says it's the Lancashire scheme, even if it's run actually by the private sector. And I mentioned Lancashire because they have a really good one, the Red Rose Accelerator or something it's called. And here, public policy solutions lean immediately to the British Business Bank, possibly the National Wealth Fund as it matures, that it shouldn't just be the British Business Bank, it should be, you know, the sort of Northeast Business Bank as its kind of portal, so people feel this is for me, it's okay, I can walk in this door with my really small company that's never grown with some crazy idea, and perhaps someone will talk and support and help. So I think there's a few ideas there about how public policy can support growth regardless of the level of ambition of the business owner.
Great, thank you. Tim?
Yeah, I mean, a huge amount of from Rob and Kitty, that I completely agree with everything they've said. I think one of the things I'd point to is, so that £3 trillion of money in the pension system, we know from our customers, that is everyone. We now have automatic enrolment. So if you have a full-time job at minimum wage, you are going to have a pension, most likely, unless you've chosen to opt out, and over 95% of people stay in. And certainly the majority of our customers want their money invested, not entirely, but at least in part, in their local community and in projects that they value. They want to see that their projects are invested well. They want to get good returns, etc., but they do want to see, and they want to see it invested in a way that supports climate transition. So there is the actual people who own this money at the end of it do want to see inclusive growth and want to see investment across the piece. And as do we, and the point Kitty made quite rightly, you know, we want diversification geographically as well as between different industries and different periods of time, and that means we are looking at how we can invest more across the country as a whole. And I've had a lot of conversations with people like Jim O'Neill, who are big champions of driving investment in the north of England. What I would say is the government, so there are a huge amount of quite rightly focus on making sure that projects that are investable are designed in such a way that they are investable. There's a translation issue on occasion where people setting up businesses or organisations creating infrastructure proposals don't necessarily speak the same language as the people who would be supplying money. So there's a translation issue there. But there are also a whole area of projects where you would say their kind of social benefit is bigger than their economics. And to kind of build on Kitty's last point, the government has levers to change the economics on projects that they think are of wider social value. And the National Wealth Fund and the British Business Bank are key ways of doing that. So the British business government decided, didn't think enough early stage venture capital money was going into biosciences and bleeding edge bioscience and technology. And they created something that we've worked with them on, and we've co-invested in them, called LIFTS, the Long-Term Investment for Technology and Science Fund. It's run by Schroders with our money, with the government's money, and is specifically designed to solve, you know, what you might call a market failure, where they feel there's not enough going in. They can offer guarantees. A lot of what they've done on climate transition is about saying, well, we actually think there are significant benefits to, say, developing wind, developing solar in the future, developing hydrogen, carbon capture and storage, battery production, and therefore we're going to change the economics of this investment because we believe the long-term benefit of it is valuable. And if the government is borrowing 25 billion, yes, there are some things, you know, roads are quite difficult unless you do a toll road to get private investment into, building new hospitals, you know, some of these things are, in some circumstances, best done purely with government money. But actually, a lot of that borrowing can be used to catalyse additional investment from the private sector by shifting the economics on the project to make it more attractive. And that could be about different areas, or it could be about new technologies.
Thanks, Tim. I really agree with that we have the capacity in a lot of cases to reshape and reimagine markets. We don't need to be passive in reacting to them and bringing communities with us, as well as Rob has said. So we're going to move to questions from the audience now. If anyone has questions, we've got a couple of roving mics. There's a gentleman here at the front. Do you want to go first? Mike's coming just behind you.
Thank you, everyone. That was a really very interesting discussion. My name's Arnab Dutt, and one of my hats is part of Labour Business. And Kitty, this question's for you, but it's open to everyone, of course. what's your opinion on the US Small Business Administration model, where the government provides, the federal government provides a backstop, which increases confidence and drives billions of dollars into the supply chain of cheap, affordable finance? And of course, they've had substantial growth compared to the rest of the world. Is it a model we could replicate here to really, light a fire under investment? What's your opinion?
Do you mind if I take a few more questions, Kitty?
Yes, please.
Thank you. Sorry, there's a lady at the back, and then another gentleman over here towards the back.
Hiya, I'm Shadi. I've done various bits and pieces advising the Labour Party and Labour politicians at various different levels, but I also used to run the place-based impact investing programme at the Impact Investing Institute. And so it's great to hear that there are some changes going on in the pension landscape, but I guess I kind of wanted to ask, one of the challenges that we had, and Tim, you spoke about pipeline of projects, was local projects achieving the right kind of scale for investment by institutional capital. And I wanted to see whether you thought that the announcements recently about pension reforms would make any difference to that, would make it worse potentially, or maybe make it better, but I can't really see how.
I'm Matt. I run a small business employing between 10 and 20 people. Don't know if this rings any bells, Kitty, but
How anxious are you?
we're fully diversified. We have no head office. We have people spread across the country. I've heard a lot today about devolution, about localisation and place, all of which is entirely sensible. What happens to those people who aren't in a place? 14% of the workers in the UK are fully remote, I believe. How does the investment policy tie in, and how do people like our business gain access to capital?
Great. So questions there on how do we support small businesses through public support? How do you package and bring to scale local projects? And what about remote workers? So I don't know if we want to do Kitty, Tim, then Rob for those three questions respectively. But obviously if you have views on the others, please join in.
Okay, I might know more about the two questions that weren't addressed directly to me, but I'll do my best, and thank you very much for your question, sir. So it's a long time since I've looked at the actual detail of how the Small Business Administration in the US works. I suspect from your question there's a certain amount of underwriting. Yes. So I think the realpolitik of that in the UK at the moment is that the Treasury would not take kindly to that type of suggestion, just simply because having just lived through the basic underwriting that happened during the pandemic with the COVID support loans of businesses and the sort of fallout of that as they kind of work out how much of that money is coming back. It feels like quite a difficult time to do it. There are some aspects of the US scheme that I think a sort of way of approaching innovation that I think are hugely applicable, though, and Mariana Mazzucato is really good on this, which is that you can specify, particularly on the high-tech side, where you can sort of specify the kind of moonshot outcome that you want, and offer to pay for it, basically, and that then spurs all the innovation that comes underneath, that then has a huge sort of ripple effect throughout the whole economy. So that's probably how I'd answer your question. I'll just give a few reflections on the other ones really quickly, if I can. Colleague at the back, I think your point is really good, and I think, perhaps we'll have more expertise from my right here, but I'm very struck by the sort of intermediary effect of maybe private equity companies that are able to have the direct relationship with and make sure that the firms are ready, but can also attract institutional capital in order to get it flowing throughout the whole chain. But I think that market is very varied, actually, and so there's kind of no one size fits all, but there has to be intermediary institutions in the example that you raise. I don't think you should need to be necessarily all in one place in order to have access to capital. I mean, there's all sorts of different types of capital available. If you've got a growth plan and you need advice, then you know there's places that you can go to do so, and it shouldn't matter if your colleagues are remote or not. But the thing I really wanted to say is I'm actually very excited by the growth potential of increased hybrid working. I mean, it's good economically to have access to a wider pool of talent, but it also potentially means that you can have access, an individual can have access to quite decent salaries regardless of where they happen to live, and that just means money flows throughout the economy more and hopefully overall in a more equitable way.
Thank you. And actually on the small business, I'll take the time to jump between questions as well. But small business administration, I'm afraid I'm not an expert on the underwriting elements of it, but I know when we've done various projects on startups, the one-stop shop nature of it is something that the UK should emulate. There are too many different organisations that small businesses, new businesses have to engage with, different bits of government. We did a bit of work. My boss was, in fact, technically still is, the government's business champion for older workers. Just finding out about all of the government's different ways of supporting you recruiting older workers was across 27 different organisations. We had to work with them to get them to put it all in one place, and that's just on one particular aspect. So huge opportunity for that one-stop shop. On impact investing, so the main commitment under the Mansion House Compact is a 5% long-term, by 2030, 5% commitment to unlisted equity. Now, initially at least, for many pension funds, that will be on a fund-of-fund model, so that will include investment in some of these smaller and more local funds. But the other thing I think we need to think about, I appreciate I'm going to use an example that may not be directly what you were talking about, but hopefully makes the point, which is about what you might call social securitization. So we were doing a lot of thinking about things like how do you roll out heat pumps, or how do you roll out solar panels? And we can't really fund an individual taking out £8,000 to get a heat pump against reduced future electricity bills. But a local authority could. A local authority could do 10,000 of them with all of the planning and then come to us with a package and say, this is going to be funded from reduced bills, and this is now an investable proposition. This is of a scale that you can look at and think about, and we've constructed it for you. And I think a number of these smaller socially beneficial projects, and we see this in some of the carbon storage projects, and if you can pull a lot of them together, and it could be local authority, it could be social organisations that do that, that opens up options for a lot more different types of capital investment.
Great, Rob. Great, thank you very much. And in response to the question from, I think it was Sade from the Impact Investment Institute, actually I'd wanted to ask that question myself, but felt I wasn't really allowed to do that of a panel member. But I think that's absolutely right, isn't it, in terms of the theory is great in terms of aggregation, but actually what will delivery look like in practice? So, as an example, we've been speaking to our local pension fund, Tyne and Weir Pension Fund, which is a quite big pension fund actually, as local government goes, and is actually part of a collaboration of a number of local government pension funds across the country. And those conversations have sort of stopped for a period of time, but I think they're keen to re-energise them again, but from their perspective they're trying to think, well, what are the implications of moving and changing. So I think it's really important that there aren't sort of if you like, accidental consequences of change, and we have to encourage a more developed approach. I think in addition to sort of your brilliant example of how through aggregation you could fund smaller projects, I think the other thing that I would be looking for when we move forward is an ability to fund projects at an earlier stage. So as an example, on one of our development sites where we've got an inward investor that wants to invest £900 million into a site, but they don't really want to take the risk initially around planning and around development. And one of the challenges we face is around access to finance for businesses at that sort of development stage before planning is secured. So that would be a really interesting area, I think, to get into. And then on the question around place, and I agree entirely with Kitty actually on this, that I don't think, although I'm a big fan of taking a place-based approach, I wouldn't advocate that everything has to be through place-based delivery. For me, a place-based approach is about recognising the individual challenges or opportunities of a place and tailoring the approach where relevant. So, for example, in the Northeast, we're conscious, as already been mentioned this morning, actually, about challenges around health and work, and therefore, we would hope that by taking a place-based approach to that challenge and the reasons for the health-related inequality, we could potentially help create more recruits to join your company. And of course, I should say that if you should ever change your model and want to be based somewhere, then we would be very happy to welcome you here in the Northeast.
I know there are a few more questions, but unfortunately we're running out of time for this session, and our next panel have just arrived at the front, so I'm going to have to bring the conversation to an end there. Tim, I think the point you made earlier that we have in the UK some of, in theory, the deepest pockets for investment of any market in the world, and yet we struggle so much with inclusive investment in this country, should give us all pause for thought, but also a source of, hopefully, hope, optimism, the suggestions that you've all raised, the 6, 9, 10 C's of investment that we can put into practice, I think shows the scale of the opportunity if we can get this right in the UK. So thank you to all of our panelists, and we'll hand over to the next panel. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That was an absolutely fascinating panel. And as Dan just said, it gave me some hope, actually, because, it's really important that we're having these discussions about growth. We are in a very difficult fiscal climate. We're in a difficult political climate as well. But it's easy to be a counsel of despair. But my big takeaway from that is that there is the potential to unlock a lot of investment if we get the sort of right climate and try and spark the right connections. Right, well, I'm very excited about our next panel because it's something very close to my heart. I'm very proud of doing a podcast with the great Sam Friedman called the Power Test. And we are going to invite our guests onto the stage. Now, if you guys come and take your place while we sort new glasses out and things like that. And it's a great thing for us to get together. The Power Test podcast, Sam and I have been doing this for a while. And the sort of thinking behind it is that we wanted to do a podcast which was trying to get behind just the sort of everyday kind of short-term political headlines, the sort of gotcha moments. And we were trying to, Sam, why don't we'll sit at the end. Dan, if you and Annabelle, I'll sit at the end with a sort of, yeah, and if you come and sit there. It's like musical chairs. It's like musical chairs. Yeah, perfect. Everyone is in place. Lovely. And get some fresh glasses for everyone. Brilliant. Yeah, so this is a very special thing. Sam and I, we were doing this podcast sort of regularly, and we try and sort of get into some of the policy nitty-gritty with Sam's phenomenal brain and me asking some kind of annoying journalistic questions, and we always have loads of experts on, which we have today. So, yeah, we're going to do that now. So we're going to basically start the recording, and we're just going to do this as live. So when I say welcome to the Power Test, it'd be lovely if you could give us all a nice big round of applause and sound really excited that we're here, because we are excited to be here. And we'll have a discussion amongst ourselves, and then at the end we'll have a couple of minutes for questions from the audience. And the sort of theme of this podcast is, a kind of analysis, really, state of the nation of how this new Labour government is doing, particularly post-budget, obviously touching on some of the themes today. Now, this podcast is going to stand alone as a sort of podcast recording. So we're not going to sort of say, as was discussed, earlier at the conference, because loads of people will just be doing the washing up or going for a run or taking the dog for a walk. They won't have been at the conference. So we're just going to do this as a standalone live thing. But you're all part of it as well, making lots of excited noises, hopefully. Right, okie dokie. Can you pour me a bit of water, Sam? Is that all right? Lovely. And I'll just introduce the audience. We will introduce them formally. Obviously, we have got Sam Friedman here, who is just brain box extraordinaire. I'm sure lots of people are nodding. People are nodding sagely. Well, you've never disappointed yet. We also have the brilliant Claire Ainsley, who is the director of the Centre Left Renewal Project at the Progressive Policy Institute. We have Dr. Dani Sriskandrajara, who is chief executive of the New Economics Foundation. We were meant to have Anushka Asthana, but she unfortunately has norovirus, so sadly she can't make it. But we are delighted to have Annabel Smith, who, of course, we've heard from earlier today, who's the Director of Place and Practice for the Centre for Progressive Policy. So we are going to get started with the recording now. So I will just kind of do a radio voice and kind of introduce everybody. And when I introduce people, I'm going to introduce them one by one. If you could give a nice big round of applause, that would be great, and we can sound like we're all very much in the moment. Okay, excellent. Are we ready? I shall begin. Okie dokie. Welcome to this very special edition of the Power Test, the political podcast which gets behind the headlines and the day-to-day noise to understand how Labour in power can change Britain for the better. I'm Ayesha Hazarika.
And I'm Sam Friedman.
And today we are delighted to be recording in front of a live audience here at the annual Inclusive Growth Conference at the Royal Society in London. And it's organised by one of this podcast's strongest partners and supporters, the Centre for Progressive Policy. And today we're going to be focusing on what Keir Starmer means when he talks about a decade of national renewal, and crucially, what Labour needs to do in government to win again in 4 years' time. And of course, growth, which we've been discussing here today, is going to be a really big part of that. Now, to help us examine these issues, we are joined by an excellent panel. We have Claire Ainsley, Director of the Centre Left Renewal Project at the Progressive Policy Institute. We have Dr. Dani Sriskandrajara, Chief Executive of the New Economics Foundation. And we have the brilliant Annabel Smith, Director of Place and Practice for today's host, the Centre for Progressive Policy. But before we invite our guests to give us their thoughts, Sam, it's time you and I have a wee chin wag. We haven't caught up for a while. I think the last time we caught up was at a Labour Party conference in Liverpool. Since then, lots of events have happened, including that much-awaited budget. How do you think things are going?
Oh, everything's going swimmingly, isn't it? No problems at all. I think the budget revealed the extent of the challenge, if we didn't already know it, that this government has. They obviously had to put up taxes a lot, increased borrowing a lot, to the point where markets had a little bit of a nervous wobble. And yet, despite doing that, were only able to really give public services about 18 months of the funding that they need to keep going, because everything was in such a mess. And I know it's something that all parties say when they win, but it really is true in this case. The last government had just given up on governing. They'd left horrible messes everywhere. They had left a huge hole in the finances, which Labour have had to fill with these tax rises. And so you're in this position where growth projections are not looking great. Public services have got this pretty short runway of funding that they've been given by these tax increases. And you've got all of these different problems to sort out. Given that, you need, any government would be finding that pretty difficult. And this one seems to be taking its time to bed in, shall we say. And maybe we have unfair expectations these days, but it does seem to be taking a while for different departments for the centre of government to sort themselves out and figure out what their story is, what they're trying to do, what their plan is for all of these different problems that they've inherited.
I mean, they have inherited a really, really difficult set of circumstances, and we've had immigration figures out today, which also just shows the extent of the mess that was left behind. But do you think that the budget has at least sort of set out a story for Labour? I mean, a controversial story, and a story which some people are railing against. But at least people now kind of know what this Labour government stands for. I mean, the thing that I was quite struck by, in fact, the very, very first episode of the Power Test we ever did had the brilliant Jim O'Neill on it. And his big thing was Rachel Reeves should relax the fiscal rules. And we had this big discussion about it. And, you know, many people were saying, I just don't think she will actually do that. It doesn't feel like that's in her political DNA. And she has done it. In many ways, I thought what was interesting about the budget is Rachel Reeves has set herself up as being, you know, quite a reformer, quite a modernist. A lot of the left of the party have really criticised her for that. But there was actually quite a lot of old-time religion in that budget. And that budget set out some quite important kind of big red lines, I suppose, which was there's now a big argument about the role of the state and big state and big spending.
To a degree, but actually when you look at the spending figures, they're not wildly different from where they were before. It's just the last government had left this massive hole that needed to be filled. When they hadn't even funded the pay agreements from the previous year, let alone from this year, properly. So most of the money just sort of goes straight away, and you're left with a lot of the same problems and only a little bit more cash to deal with them. So I think it was a sort of budget of necessity rather than anything else. I think a Tory government might not have delivered quite the same budget, but they would have had to put up taxes had they somehow miraculously won earlier this year, because there was literally no other way of dealing with the set of challenges that the government faced at this point. And I think what's missing is the overlay, the story that sits over the top of what they had to do at the budget, which is to what end? What are we actually doing with public services? What are we going to do about immigration? And the reason they haven't got stories on a lot of these things is because they're really difficult policy questions, and they're trying to figure them out. But it just, as I say, it just seems to be taking a lot of time. I don't know whether you think the sort of initial troubles in number 10, which obviously led to Sue Gray being removed and other people being brought in, like Jonathan Powell and Liz Lloyd from the Blair years, do you think that's been a significant part of why they've struggled a bit to tell this story?
I think the situation in number 10 has definitely not helped, particularly because the narrative against the last Conservative government and the one before that and the one before that, which was just kind of a circus at Downing Street, and it was very, very chaotic. And Sue Gray, who I think we all probably know, many of us in this room will know Sue Gray, you know, had a very good reputation. It was seen as a real coup getting Sue Gray in, and then I think it was quite a shock when it kind of emerged that things were not incredibly functional at Downing Street. Nobody seemed to be, you know, holding the pen on this fabled grid. You know, the sort of messaging was all over the place. Although, to be fair to Sue Gray, her job was probably not to do messaging. So I think all of that has not helped. But at the end of the day, the public are not, come the next general election, going to be like, oh, I'm not going to vote for Labour because there was this dushy with Sue Gray like 5 years ago. It's going to be on delivery. And I think sometimes it certainly hurt the government, there's no question about it. But there's a much bigger issue. This is not about a personality. This is not about a spat at Downing Street. This comes down to much, much bigger politics of delivery, which we are going to get into with our esteemed panel. Because I suppose one of the big themes that we wanted to discuss is Labour talks about this decade of national renewal. And there used to be a time in politics where if you won an election, particularly with a bigger majority, you could sort of rely on having a decade in power. And to be fair, there's an argument saying you do need a decade to fix the foundations, to fix all these problems. But Sam, we're living in a time where centre-left governments, if you look around the world, they are having a difficult time. There's no given, and I know our panellists will have thoughts on that.
Yeah, I mean, it's not just centre-left governments, it's all governments. Basically no incumbents have won this year, or very, very few incumbents, all around the world in lots of different political cultures. It does feel like, well, certainly the last few years has been, with high inflation, has been pretty terrible for incumbents everywhere, but also that voters in the UK, but also in lots of other countries, are just becoming more transactional and more fed up with the amount of, you know, you want 10 years, we don't have 10 years, things are in a mess. So I wanted to bring in Claire, because you've obviously done a lot of work internationally with sort of counterpart organisations in other countries. You know, what can we learn from what's happening elsewhere in terms of, obviously we've just seen Trump's victory in America, We've seen the German coalition collapse and new elections early next year there. We're seeing incumbents, particularly probably centre-left incumbents, struggle everywhere. How can Labour avoid some of these traps if they really want 10 years in power?
There's some really important lessons to be taken from what's happening to centre-left governments around the world. One of the clear takeaways from the US election, and we have been warning about this for some time, is that voters really need really clear proof points of a government delivering. So whilst I totally understand why Labour are talking about the long term, and that is a reset that's needed, voters are actually quite suspicious if you offer them short-term quick fixes, because they've had a lot of those that haven't turned up. You do need to have very clear proof points, and that is like evidence in people's lives that they can see that the government that they have elected is making a difference to them, their community, their country, their family. I did some work with Deborah Mattinson, Keir Starmer's Director of Strategy until the election, over the summer for PPI. And we listened in to voters in swing states in the US who hadn't made up their minds yet. And they were quite open to Kamala Harris. They didn't love Donald Trump, but they were looking for evidence, if you like, of why they should vote for the Democrats again. And they couldn't really find it. Now, to those of us who follow what's been happening to the US economy, that's extraordinary. The US economy has completely outperformed most of its competitors. But outperforming in terms of national figures and investing in infrastructure, as important as I think that is not the same as improving people's living standards. So improving how much money you've got at the end of the month to do the things that you need, either to survive, but also to live and enjoy life. So it was really clear to us that on the economy, just measuring a government's performance in terms of overall delivery is not enough. You've got to be able to have tangible benefits that you show to people. And of course, you need to tell people what you're doing as you're doing it. And one of the key takeaways Labour need to understand is they've got to be really explicit about their approach to the economy. Because unless you tell people that this is your economic approach, they're not going to credit you with what it is you've done. Now, the Tories tried loads of different explanations, but at least they tried. And actually, that storytelling is as important as the delivery, and you can't do one without the other.
But what do they need to actually achieve that? Because if you look at the OBR report at the budget, one of the scariest figures, and then there's plenty of scary figures in there, was around disposable income for people, which is going to fall after the decisions made, according to the OBR, after the decisions made in this budget, and will barely have increased at all in almost 2 decades by the time we get to the next election, if those figures are right. So how are you actually going to do the thing that allows you to tell the story? What are the policy levers you have available?
So I think you have to see things the way that voters see them, not just the way that economists and the Treasury and those of us who commentate on politics see things. So literally, as well as having your GDP figures and all of your other tangible metrics, which I know we're going to hear about soon, I think you should also have the way voters see them. So the prices that matter to voters, the price of butter, the price of their groceries, their energy bills, those need to be the tangible things that are on the minds of politicians, because there's no point in 3 or 4 years' time national politicians turning around and saying, but hang on a minute, this is much better, the economy is much better overall. If we don't feel it in the things that we're able to purchase and do, or our wages are constrained, then we're not going to be able to give the Labour government the credit for turning around the oil tanker. So Labour are asking for permission to be long-term. The trade-off has got to be that people feel better off at the end. So find the things that make people better off and absolutely laser focus on them. There's a question, Sam, then about what policies do you introduce to do those things? But my point is, see things the way that voters see them, not the way that it's perceived top down.
Yeah, I think that's so important. I've just returned from the States, and it was just fascinating just sort of chatting to people there. And I was in New York, which of course, is not, we don't think of it as being a Trump-loving place. I spoke to so many people that voted for Trump, and I said, why? And he was like, because he's going to put more money in my pocket, and that's the only thing I sort of care about. And even though I was like, yes, but the metrics of they were like, don't care about the graphs and the charts. It's how we feel. It's gas in the car. It's food on the table. And look, Danny, just building on that, you've just written a really excellent book called Power to the People. I mean, look, Claire has set out what politicians should be doing, which is thinking about this from the public's point of view. But in your book, you talk a lot about how, voters have a lot of apathy about these subjects. Talk to us how things are from the voters' point of view.
Yeah, I think the key thing for me is that we spend, as Claire said, lots of us in the sort of policy bubble spend a lot of our time talking about policies or about changing the people in power, but rarely do we talk about changing the nature of power. And the book, as you know, looks at 4 sort of facets of how power works in society: how democracy works or doesn't work, how the economy works, how digital spaces work, and how global governance work. And my thesis is, unless we put people back at the heart of each of these dimensions, we're setting ourselves for failure. That we might have, these sorts of, changes of power here and there, but not deal with the underlying problem. So if you take politics, poll after poll suggests that people are really distrustful or disheartened, disillusioned by the current political system. There's one Gallup poll that's been done in this country for decades that really brings this to life. That it asks, do you think elected politicians are acting in the best interests of our country? In the 1960s, a third of us thought that. 7% of people today think that our elected politicians in the UK are acting in the best interest, and 2/3 of us think they're acting in their own interest. Now, that's not sustainable. If that graph just keeps going, when do we get to breaking point? And similarly with the economy, we know that deliverism is not enough. One of the reasons for that is that the economy feels increasingly unequal. It's leaving huge proportions of our societies feeling not just less well off, but more precarious. Again, if you want a factoid that brings that to life, in the 14 years between 2010 and 2024 in this country, if you happen to have been in the top 1% of British wealth holders in 2010, your average per capita wealth increased by £2.2 million in that 14-year period. So we had growth, but a huge proportion of that growth went into the pockets of the already wealthy and powerful. So the argument, I think, has to also be, how do we democratize our economy? How do we make people feel, once again, connected to their productive life, to their economic life? And the good news is there's some promising signs. I'm really heartened by the fact that the Labour manifesto has a commitment to doubling the size of the cooperative economy. We have fabulous cooperatives, mutuals in this country. We should be investing in making them successful so that the growth that we do have feels more evenly distributed, that people feel more ownership of that growth.
And the big theme of today's conference is growth, but inclusive growth, Sam. And this is something that we've explored at length in the discussions we've had about the role of devolution and giving away power.
Yeah, and I wanted to bring in Annabelle on this point. One of the... Sorry. Really should learn
Sam's heckling himself at this
really
point.
Should have learned to turn my phone off before going into conference sessions. So one of the political challenges, if you like, for Labour is that they're no longer just facing the Conservative Party. They're facing the Green Party in a lot of urban areas, Bristol, London, and so on. They're facing reform in a lot of areas that were sort of traditional Labour heartlands. Some of those seats they lost to the Tories, then won back, and now Reform are in second place. And there was a sort of narrative that built up around Brexit, around sort of left behind places and communities that had felt sort of, as sort of Danny was saying, left out of this economic growth. And that sort of, as Brexit has died away as an issue, we've sort of, and levelling up sort of didn't happen after Boris Johnson promised it. That sort of dissipated somewhat. But it really is still an issue, isn't it? And Labour are not just going to struggle against Conservatives, but against reform in these parts of the country, unless they have an offer that makes sense geographically as well as nationally.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think coming back to this question about how can this relatively new Labour government really mobilise all of the tools, all of its suite of tools that it has at its disposal to meaningfully enact change, to deliver on its missions and to make that felt in people's day-to-day lives. one of the best tools that it has at its disposal is its regional leaders, particularly its mayors, but also local government. And so it really needs to rapidly mobilise that and empower that to ensure that that conversation and that delivery can be happening in a way that is embedded close to where people live their lives. Fundamentally, people don't live their lives within policy silos. They don't live their lives within geographic silos. It's all far more porous than that. So we need to, I think, and we think at CPP and through our Inclusive Growth Network, working with places at different tiers, we need to shift the terms of the conversation to devolution and empowering places as imperative rather than experiment. I mean, we've had now a very long experiment in centralisation, both in terms of outcomes, being one of the most regionally unequal countries in the OECD, and in terms of people's faith in politics and the state as an institution to enact positive change that's going to positively impact upon our lives. That experiment has failed, so we need to shift it so it's default devolution. And I think that having those strong figureheads that people can relate to in terms of how they live their lives for their place, really advocating strongly for their place, does, if harnessed correctly, have the ability to renew and restore our faith in democracy. And I think sort of shift people's experience of democracy in the state from, I tick my box every 5 years to actively engaged in decision making.
What do Labour need to do to make that happen? So they've obviously sort of been supportive of mayors in principle. There's some kind of relatively small-scale shifts of cash and power going on at the moment. It doesn't feel like that's going to achieve what you were talking about. Is it, much greater financial devolution, tax-raising powers for mayors? Is it much more control over different policy areas? What is it that's going to drive the change you're talking about?
I think it's a few different things. I think firstly and hearteningly, it's what government are already doing, which is shifting its relationship with place from one of being very much a parent-child relationship to one of equal partners who are around the table trying to deliver and be more than the sum of their parts. So, I mean, symbolically, we've had good signs of that already with, Keir Starmer inviting mayors into number 10 on something like the third or fourth day. All of the sort of white papers that we're seeing, for example, the one that Liz Kendall put out earlier this week around getting Britain working, it really centralises place as a delivery partner. And I think we shouldn't underestimate that sort of culture shift and how big and how significant that is. I think there is a big challenge, which, those of us working on this are looking at in terms of it's a very difficult political decision to hand power away, and particularly to hand over the wins to a different geography. So I think government's going to need to be quite bold in that. And I think that also it isn't, I think we, obviously in terms of power and how devolution and how place governance is delivered, I think at its worst, what devolution could amount to, if it isn't harnessed effectively, is a more efficient way for DFT to deliver a transport strategy or Homes England to deliver a home strategy that is just as disconnected and just as siloed from the realities of how people and communities live their lives as what we see now. So we need to build in strong accountability mechanisms to government, yes, but also to local authorities and communities and citizens.
I think that's really important, because I think when we have these discussions about devolution, it kind of loops back to what Claire was saying earlier about you can have great graphs and charts saying that, yes, the economy is growing, but if you don't feel it, and I sometimes think that when we discuss devolution, we as policy nerds get really excited about devolution and all these different layers. But to your average citizen who's just working hard, they don't really care who makes the decision. They want the right decision to be made and the right outcome. When you look at something like elected police and crime commissioners, nobody really knows who they are. Nobody thinks they're doing a particularly sort of great job because everyone's having a nightmare wherever they live with the police. So there's a theme here, isn't there? It's about it's about getting the kind of infrastructure right, but the most important thing is delivery. Now, Claire, you wanted to come in.
Yeah, I think this point about the connection to like local place is really, really important. And in September, I spent some time in the American Midwest and was really struck by how much people just didn't relate to their federal government at all. And I was generally speaking to people who are on the centre-left, Democrat-aligned, who talked about redevelopment in their place really enthusiastically, but almost none of them volunteered the Biden administration or any other national level rather than state level in the States as having the credit for what had happened. And I just think there's a big opportunity here really to, I think, reinvigorate and empower our Labour representatives in their places. Sorry.
Sorry, can we just, because we're doing this recording, if anyone talks, it just picks it up. Sorry, so if we just have a bit quiet, thank you. Sorry, Claire.
Can I just cycle back to that? Should I just quickly?
Yeah.
So I just spent some time in September in the American Midwest, and it really struck me that where places were being developed economically, the people that I spoke to were really proud of that development, and they wanted to put themselves as part of that story. But you had to really push to see where the federal government had any involvement at all, and of course it has, because it's had the American Rescue Act and previous governments have invested too. And I just thought that it's so incumbent on Labour now to not just have their national politicians as the representative face of Labour. It's really important that their local faces, the new parliamentary party, the metro mayors, your local council, have got to be bottom up too. So the only problem I have with the language of devolution is it perhaps expects the national government to give us something, and I think it needs to be taken, and I don't think we can miss this opportunity to pull power down into places. And the thing that struck me was that we met Mayor Tito Brown in Ohio, and he just said, you know what, he said, if you're a local politician, it's much more difficult to say to somebody, I'll get back to you, when they bump into you at the grocery store and tell you what's wrong, because you know you're going to bump into them again. He said national politicians don't have that link, and that's where the trust is breaking down. So let's use the fact that we've got Labour in power in places right across England, Scotland and Wales to really push that voice up, because I think this is a big question of democracy being at stake if people don't think government works on their side anymore.
And of course, one of the challenges was that Labour won't hold all of those mayoralties forever. For those of you who haven't heard the joyous news, Andrea Jenkins has defected to Reform today and is standing in the Lincolnshire mayoral election and probably will win because it's Reform's strongest part of the country. So there's going to be an interesting challenge when it stops being about just interacting with Labour people and there are more Tory mayors and potentially a Reform mayor as well in terms of how we develop this policy. Danny, I wanted to come to a point about the economy and how people feel about the economy. When we think about this sort of question of people feeling better off and so on, I think we often think about the lowest income, especially on the left, the lowest income people who are really struggling, perhaps that have had their benefits cuts in recent years. But if you look at the middle, what is now the living wage and the minimum wage is not very far away from the average salary. There's a sort of sense in which the rich have sort of disappeared right off the top. There's been some policy levers that have supported, maybe the very poorest, but certainly those who are working in low income. And the middle are being squished. And if you're a young graduate coming into the labour market on a fairly average graduate salary with tuition fees that need to be repaid and rent that's going up faster than mortgages, you're feeling pretty grim. How do you appeal to different bits of the economic profile rather than the left sort of focusing all their attention on their perhaps typical groups that they have done?
Yeah, look, I think where you started that question is really, really important for us to recognise that people all across society, are feeling insecure. You can be what we might call middle class or reasonably well off. You might even own your home or have a mortgage on it and still yet feel insecure. And partly that's because of the sort of eye-watering levels of inequality that we're seeing, not just in this country, but pretty much everywhere else in the world. That the allocation of, that great sucking sound that if you listen carefully you'll hear, is wealth and resource being sucked in by a smaller and smaller number of elites. I used to work at Oxfam where, 10 years ago we started counting the number of billionaires in the world who own the same wealth as the poorest half of the world's population. When we started, it was 64. Today, I think it's 8. 8 men, all men, own more wealth than the poorest half of the world's population. And if you do that here too, you get a similar situation. And what does that mean? That means that there are huge swathes of our population but you did ask, what can we do about it? And I think it comes back to a point Claire raised about, what are the sort of protections, the basic services that each of us in a prosperous society should be entitled to? Let's take energy, one of the examples you use. Like we've privatized and subsidized the energy sector, despite the fact that, and then let them free to go and charge, ever increasing rates of for basic fundamental human right, which we all need to live. So our suggestion is, well, they create a national energy guarantee, a rising block tariff system that many countries in the world have, where every household is assured a basic block of renewable energy that the state procures. They still have to pay for it, but the state bulk buys. And then you have a rising block tariff so that if you use more energy, you pay more. Now, that's a sort of intervention that's not going to involve sort of overhauling everything, but it would be hugely important in giving people a sense of security and a safety net that people so desperately need.
But in creating that safety net, there's sort of no way of doing it other than to go after that sort of wealth that you've talked about ultimately. And yet the political challenge of that is something we've seen even at the very mild attempts that Labour have tried in their initial budget. We've got farmers who have sort of 20, 30 million pound farms protesting on the streets about the prospect of having to pay any inheritance tax. And you've got companies up in arms about an increase in NICs for them. How do you change that? How do you find a way to move towards a more progressive tax system when the entire kind of media environment is so loaded against moving in that direction?
So I'm not denying that it's a challenging environment, but I think I'm more optimistic than you are, partly because I think the penny is starting to drop, that the returns to those who collect income from owning wealth or owning, have far outstripped the returns to those of us who have to work for a living. And the penny is also starting to drop that if we're going to have any chance of fixing the sort of fiscal hole or plugging that you were talking about earlier, Sam, we're going to have to go after wealth in some way. Only 4% of taxes collected globally are levied on some form of wealth. So that's a system we have to correct. I've just come back from the G20 meeting in Rio, where one of my reasons for optimism is, after years of lobbying, G20 leaders finally accepted that they have to coordinate around taxing wealth, and particularly the super rich, right? Because as we know, no one country can tax wealth properly because rich people move or find ways of evading taxes. So, just like there was a few years ago on a minimum rate of corporate taxation around the world, I think we're starting to see progress on international collaboration, which I think will A, make it more effective, and B, make it more palatable if many countries do this to overcome the sort of harsh media environment you're talking about.
And Claire, just in terms of the sort of harsh media climate and being part of the harsh media climate myself with my other sort of hat on, you've talked a lot about storytelling and how Labour has to, have a sharp narrative. But what is difficult is that it's a lot easier having a narrative in opposition than when you're in government. Labour had a great narrative in opposition, which was everything the Tories are doing is terrible, with justified good reason, because a lot of it was. But now Labour's in power, it's a lot more difficult. Rachel Reeves was absolutely fated by the business community. Now she's in a very difficult position with the business community and anyone else who she wants to sort of tax. How do you think Labour does a better job of crafting that narrative? And we talk about the next general election being in 2026. Well, actually, the local elections are going to be really, really important, because if Labour doesn't do well at these first May local elections, and let's say Reform does really, really well, we've got the Scottish elections in 2026, where Anna Sarwar is hoping to become First Minister of Scotland. So Labour actually doesn't have the luxury of time. Labour has to have a message, really, by the May elections. This is how life's got better for you. How do you think they do that?
I think they have to have a central economic approach, an argument, that they make all the time to explain to us, to explain to voters why they're making the decisions that they are. So, for example, saying we are about rewarding work. We are going to reward you for working hard. So whether you're a business who's starting up, you're a business person who's done really well, you are a worker, we're going to reward earned income. And that takes you to explaining why you might be more comfortable when you've got a choice to make on VAT on private schools, why you would make a decision for the very wealthiest farms to make the decisions that they are. So in a sense, you can pick an argument, but pick an argument and make it, because actually just being not the others is not enough to sustain you in power. So what I would like to see is more of that positive argument being put forward. I'm slightly more sceptical that I think that whilst I would like to see a globally fairer tax system, and capitalists are brilliant at getting out of tax whenever they can, and there's always a ruse to do it, I think we should be clamping down on it. It's not the same as people feeling like your country is in the global race. And what Trump is doing in the States is he's making those voters feel like they can be competitive again, and taxing alone doesn't get you there.
And just on that tax point, I mean, one of the things that I thought was just so interesting, just particularly coming back from America, is that, we over here, particularly liberal progressives, make the point saying, well, why should, struggling people care about Donald Trump or support Donald Trump because, he's this multi-billionaire, But a lot of voters I spoke to and a lot of people I spoke to, they didn't care that he was rich. They don't mind if people are rich because they hope that maybe one day their son or daughter or grandson or daughter might be very rich. They think maybe one day they could win the lottery. Do you think that as progressives, we are seduced into, if we just go after the rich, that will just make everybody love us? Because Donald Trump has completely sort of disproved that theory.
Like, Donald Trump is not loved by the American public particularly, but they do associate with him with success and strength. And they see his financial success as being something maybe they would like to aspire to one day. And why not? And why not? And if we on the centre left always talk about how we're going to go after those people, how we're going to tax them more, what are we saying to the person who says, I want to start my own business, actually. I want to do really well. Like, I want to encourage those people. I want them to feel like this is the best place to start a business and they're going to be rewarded for that. That's not to say that you shouldn't have a fairer tax scheme at the upper end, but it's not the same as giving that indication to people that if you want to do well, we'll back you. And that's what they see in Donald Trump. Now, there's loads of things about him that they don't like. They don't like how erratic he is, how chaotic he is. Some of his statements feel a bit wild. But I think we've got to be really careful about not empathizing with why people see financial success. It is a good thing. Like, I want people to do well for themselves. Isn't that what we want when we talk about power to places, people doing well in all of the multiple ways that means? That's how we grow the economy. That's how we get prosperity. I want co-ops to thrive. I mean, the co-op is a fantastic success story. So I think we need to be much more positive about the things we're going to do to help people get on and make life for themselves, rather than just how we might tax the well-off.
And you just wanted to come in
briefly.
briefly.
I just want to come back to Sam's point earlier about how insecure lots of people are feeling. We've been doing some work on extreme wealth, and in one of the focus groups that colleagues did, we were talking about taxing the wealth, and we've got all the usual arguments. Well, that would be curb free enterprise, and it'd be unfair, and all of that. And eventually we said, well, who do you think we mean by wealthy? And they said, well, someone who can afford to buy a round of drinks at the local pub on a Friday night. And that's, to me, the sort of the saddest thing of all, is that we've got, the ultra-rich are getting away with daylight robbery while being defended by the very people who are feeling increasingly insecure.
Do you think Rachel Reeves should be bolder? Do you think because Rachel Reeves just went and met the CBI and said no perceivable tax rises in the next Parliament. Do you think that's the right approach, or do you think she should be sending out a signal that she is going to come after the wealthy?
I don't even think it's a question of bold. I think if you want to be a sensible politician that wants to get re-elected in the long term, you have to face up to a fiscal system that needs complete overhaul. If we're going to pay for the public services we need, not just next year, but in decades to come, we're going to have to raise public resource somehow. And I think there needs to be that... I love the way you put it, Claire, that it's got to be a recalibration of what, the value that we bring to society. You know, when Rachel Reeves delivered her budget, my blood was boiling when Rishi Sunak stood up and said, "Are you saying that someone who invests is not contributing to society?" No, they are contributing, but someone who works for a living, who works 12 hours a day just to get by, we have to take better care of than simply running after the hedge fund manager who wants to get even richer.
Right, I think interesting sort of slight variance, divergence of views there, but it's good to have that. We have got a couple of minutes for questions, if anyone in the audience has got any thoughts. Yeah, gentleman there in the white shirt. And then I think got a lady at the back, yes.
Thank you very much. Seachin Lam from the West Midlands Combined Authority. If I look at the American elections, there's quite a lot of talk about how people of different gender, age, and so on voted quite differently. Representing West Midlands, we've got one of the most diverse regions here. Do you as a panel see anything that we should be doing to target messaging towards different age, gender, and ethnicity, disability, and so forth? Thank you very much.
Great question. And then we'll go to the lady there. Yeah, lovely.
Hiya. Yeah, brilliant. We've heard a lot today about the importance of involving people in decision-making, the public in decision-making. And, we've got really, really difficult decisions to make as a country about how we're going to deal with some really big crises, including the climate crisis, what we're going to do about social care. At the same time, politicians get criticised for being too led by public opinion rather than bringing people with them on the journey. And, we've seen in places where that UKIP has won, it's been because potentially of environmental policies. So how can the government actually kind of bring people with them on those challenging journeys and have those actual conversations with people so that we build a future that everyone wants?
Okay, great. Two great questions to start with. Claire, let's come to you, because what was interesting about the American elections is that, there are many of us watching from here going, oh, no woman's going to vote for Donald Trump. Actually, a lot of women ended up voting for Donald Trump. People were like, oh, no ethnic minority is going to vote for Donald Trump. Yes, they did. I mean, that election kind of threw up some things that people weren't expecting.
Ayesha, are you saying that maybe being a woman isn't the most important thing about us?
Who knew?
I know, but I think it's a really great question. And I think going in that assumption that women would vote a particular way because of reproductive rights, that black men would vote a particular way, is just completely unravelled when it actually came to the ballot box. Actually, Harris's margin with women was very small. And what we saw was that Donald Trump not only won white working class voters, but he won working class voters of all ethnicities. So Hispanics, black Americans are moving over to Trump. And therefore, I think that's why it's really important to understand where people are coming from as they describe it themselves and what's important to them. And funnily enough, the biggest issue for women was cost of living. It was the price of things. It was the fact that their wages weren't enough to cover their essentials even. So I think it just kind of goes back to the point that the kind of starting point for the centre-left has got to be the way the world is and the way people see their lives, not the way that we might wish them to see it. And for most people, they want to be able to earn a fair day's wage for a fair day's work. They want their costs not to escalate, particularly the things that are really essential that are going out. They do think, and they do want fair taxes, and there is an element of redistribution, but most of the time they want the opportunity. The biggest policies that we've kind of tried that people want is they absolutely want ways to learn whilst they earn. So adults who are already in work, just ways to be able to retrain, skill up, those sorts of things, or being able to start businesses for themselves. So redistribution definitely comes into it, but it's not that people want something handed to them. They want that for themselves. And I think that's a really important starting point for us when we're thinking about policy.
I mean, just to add to that, I think there's really, really big lessons to learn about how women voted and how ethnic minority groups and other groups voted for us as progressives. I think we have adopted quite a lazy, patronising view of different groups, saying, oh, that's a black or brown person. The only thing they will care about is identity politics, because of, oh, they're a woman, all they're going to, well, actually, no, because as, you know, I'm a woman, I'm an ethnic minority person as well, you can hold many thoughts in your head at the same time. And I think one of the big, big lessons is to not patronise different segmented voters. Most voters, regardless of their sexuality, their skin colour, their gender, a lot of people care about basics. I mean, certainly when I was door knocking around the country, whether I was in Dundee or other parts of the country, actually, regardless of whose door I was knocking on, it was the same issues. The same three issues came up. It was cost of living, economy. Number 2 was public services, NHS. Number 3 was immigration. America's no different from that. And I think that's a really important lesson for the left here. We've got to stop pigeonholing people into, oh, you're, and the worst thing is when we lump people together as BAME, you know, that's, I mean, what does that even mean? You know, it's a big sort of beige lump. It's, you know, we've got to be smarter. But it was a great question.
To bring in Annabelle.
Yeah, Annabelle.
Yeah, just really quickly on that, I think we, politicians and policymakers, shouldn't be looking at this question in terms of how do we get more, for example, women to vote for us. They should be looking at it in terms of what can we do with the resources and capabilities we have to really harness the contributions that people across all of our different many porous groups and identities can really contribute to. And then in policy terms, you know, what does that take you back to? Largely it takes you back to economic empowerment, because I'm very strongly of the view, and at CPP and our Inclusive Growth Network are of the view, you know, you can't really have empowerment without economic empowerment and without those fundamentals. So, you know, how can we empower women more? It comes back to having an adequate childcare system, for example, having an adequate social care system that then allows them to be able to make those genuine choices about, am I going to go back to work? Am I going to take on more hours? And it really needs to be about those fundamental building blocks for a decent life.
Sam and Danny, do you want to pick up on the question that the lady asked about how do you bring people, how should the government bring people with them when they have to make these difficult decisions?
Yeah, that was a really interesting question, because it's true that governments are obsessed with public opinion, and that's one of the reasons why they find it so difficult to sort of make policy, because they're so determined to try and avoid upsetting people. But it's a very shallow version of public opinion. Polling is rubbish at actually understanding how people think through problems, because you're giving them 5 seconds to come up with a view on an incredibly complex topic that they probably have very little information about. When you have proper conversations, it doesn't need to be kind of citizens' assemblies, or you can do it through that model, but even just at a local level, once you have a group of politicians who get to know, or council officers or combined authority officers who get to know the population that they're working with, understand their real needs and problems and challenges, it's a very different kind of conversation, and you're still being led by what voters need and want, but it's just happening in a much more constructive and useful way than a politician or an advisor sitting in number 10 going, oh, look, everyone hates two-child limit, we can't do that. Forever, which I think is just has been an incredibly destructive way of policy making over the last 15 years, and one of the reasons we've got into such a mess. But Danny, why don't you sort of give feedback on that?
We're talking about national renewal, right? And we've got zero chance of national renewal if we pursue growth as we've come to know it, right? It's maldistributed, it's problematic, it's ravaging the planet. And so for me, you know, I'm not a big fan of the phrase itself, it's rather inelegant, but securonomics, I think Rachel Reeves is onto something there, because if we can manage to reframe sort of how public policies are judged to be away from this sort of, will it deliver 1.5% growth or 1.7% growth, and should we do, into something more about how, you know, how are people feeling? Are they feeling more secure as a result of this intervention? Can we fix our public services to provide a meaningful safety net for people who are feeling vulnerable or insecure? I think that's the opportunity here, is not just to deliver better, more secure lives for more people in this country, but reframe the debate after 40 years of neoliberal orthodoxy sort of running roughshod over fairness in this country.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the end of our time. Let's give a warm round of applause for our brilliant guests, Danny, Annabelle and Claire.
And thank you very much for being here with us today, and thank you for listening to this special episode of the Baroness, brought to you from the Inclusive Growth Conference and in partnership with the Centre for Progressive Policy. The CPP is just one of a number of organisations whose support allows us to do what we do. They include the Future Governance Forum, the Tony Blair Institute for Global Change, and UCL's Policy Lab. Their support, and that provided by our members and subscribers, has created a platform for the people, debates and ideas vital to support, sustain and, where necessary, challenge Labour in power to change Britain for the better. Thank you very much for listening. Until next time, from Sam and myself, it's goodbye. Little bit of furniture change as my guests depart. So we are just going to have a short comfort break now. We're going to have about sort of 15 minutes. And then when we come back, we're going to have more chat, and we'll be having a chat with Jim McMahon. Right. Ladies and gentlemen, we are gathering back again, having had a little comfort break. So we've just got a couple more events this afternoon. We're going to have another sort of panel discussion, and then we have our keynote speaker. We're really excited about hearing from him, the Minister for Local Government, Jim McMahon. But what we're going to do now is a very special little discussion. It's a quick fire round, which is going to be chaired by Ben Franklin. And it's going to the panel's going to reflect on some of the key points that we have been discussing through the course of today. And he's going to be joined by Peter Mason, who is leader of Ealing Council, Lizzie Hopkins, who is principal consultant at Metro Dynamics, Nathan Yole, who's the founding director of the Future Governance Forum, and that's all going to be expertly chaired by Ben Franklin. Over to Ben.
Thank you so much, Ayesha, and great to have this excellent panel with us. It's not the warm-up act for Jim McMahon. This is the real event before Jim arrives, and this is the real substance to feed into the minister when he comes. Now, obviously, we've had a lot of discussion today and this morning, and there's obvious potential and excitement for bottom-up transformation, not just top-down. Learning from places, what's working well, how can we scale that out and up? And so it's my great pleasure to introduce Peter. And if you can, Peter, talk about how we can harness local innovation and learn from places at the forefront of driving better outcomes for their citizens.
Yeah, thank you very much. And it is a real pleasure to be here. I was able to spend a little bit more time, sponsored by a little line in the briefing that suggested that I was going to have to give thoughts and reflections on what had been discussed today. And having not planned to be here this morning, I thought it was probably wise to turn up. The challenge, I think, in local government, and particularly for London, where I'm a leader, is, I think, really borne out in some of the discussions that have happened today about distributive growth and how we, not just as a country, but I think principally through my prism, at least in London, how we think of that in very clearer terms. The story of the London Borough of Ealing, its rise in economic terms and its decline, is fairly common, not just for outer London, but for large parts of the UK too. The confluence of the Grand Union Canal, the Great Western Railway, the A4, the M4, the A40, Heathrow, over generations caused our economic development that saw Ealing be home to some of the biggest industries supplying not just London but the rest of the UK. We were the place that Marshall invented amplified music. We have the longest running film studios anywhere in the world. We were making films in Ealing before Hollywood even existed. But the decline of those industries, traditional and modern, over the last few decades, have produced a borough on the west side of London that most people think of when they think of Ealing as this as the queen of the suburbs, a pleasant suburban land that actually contains some extreme inequality, where on the eastern edge of the borough, our incomes are double that of the western edge of the borough, and where some of the patterns of deindustrialisation and the march towards the suburbanisation and the dormitisation of outer London at the expense of some parts of central has seen that inequality substantially increase to, I'd say, right now, a crisis point in which we are facing some fundamental challenges of poverty being redistributed to parts of London and indeed to some parts of the rest of the country, rather than us having a sensible conversation about the redistribution of value. And you only have to know that we're spending £4 million a day in temporary accommodation, with 100,000 of London's children living in temporary accommodation, to know that there is a fundamental crisis in the way that our economy works in London. As a borough, and like-minded boroughs, are trying to look at this through a different prism, trying to return to conversations where we perhaps depart from the orthodoxy of suggesting that we need to continue to build housing at the expense of an economic vision for place, as well as doing that in a relational way. So the way that we're trying to do it in Ealing is being really clear about the growth of our 7 identities, our 7 towns that have all got their history of industry and of growth and of identity, but working with communities to understand precisely some of the challenges that were being discussed in the previous panel around people knowing, understanding and feeling how their communities are changing around them, but more importantly, and sort of our third platform of doing that in a way that is deliberative and seeks compromise as the outcome of those processes, rather than it being abstract concepts, abstract theories, and certainly sort of abstract policy solutions being foisted onto local communities. That work is happening, but local government can only do that to a degree without the support of an environment that gives us power, authority, agency, and of course money to make all of those things happen. And so we're really looking forward to some of the enabling that will happen as a consequence of the government's reform around things like the industrial strategy, around local growth plans, and importantly, on devolution too. And, and if all of those things combined can help local authorities right across the country innovate more, that's even better. We still have a little bit of a way to go in London, where we do not have a combined authority model. We need to sort that bit out, and maybe we'll ask Jim about that later. But I think there is a growing demand and a growing need amongst local authority leaders and amongst local government to think on this in a slightly different way, a slightly more nuanced way, and hopefully we can get into that a little bit more now.
Brilliant. Thank you so much, Peter. Lizzie, turning to you. Obviously, this conference is very much a summit, really, about how we can translate warm words into solid action. In your role at Metro Dynamics, and obviously you're an associate with Future Governance Forum as well, what are your plans over the coming 6 to 9 months?
Thank you, Ben. So we at Metro Dynamics are an employee-owned consultancy, and we work with places all over the country, supporting with economic development and place strategy, investment strategy, and trying to pull the building blocks and a lot of what we've heard talked about today together with a place focus to help local leaders and really the experts in their communities to push forward with their ambitions and kind of work with funding that's available and government policy to make change for their residents. And so we will continue to do that over the next year, and we're very excited about our plans for the next year. But more specifically in this forum, the Metro Dynamics is really excited to be partnering with CPP and Future Governance Forum to expand on CPP's Inclusive Growth Network and build a network that is working with mayors around the country and local leaders to really develop what the locally led policy platform is, to help kind of meet central government from the local lens, to deliver on government's missions and on turning around the fortunes of those residents and communities, as Peter's just alluded to, that all local leaders kind of want to do more on. And that will be around devolution, but it will also be really fundamentally about helping to develop and promote and connect the dots between place-based innovation and projects that are happening and how we can scale them, how we can kind of highlight the really exciting things that are happening and the impact that communities feel to central government, to really join up a partnership between the centre and places. I think often when the term devolution, when people hear that, it sounds a bit technocratic, it sounds like a lot of governance and layers and democratic mandates, and those things are really important, and it's really exciting that this government is continuing to expand that across the country with new mayors and combined authorities. But that's not kind of the point of devolution. And I think what we want to do with this network over the next year is to build that partnership. So the regional and the local level is partnering with central government in how we make change everywhere, in those very local places, and where you can connect to people feeling the difference to their lives, which we've also heard a lot of today, whilst using central government's major levers to be able to do that nationally. So that's why I'm excited about over the next year.
Brilliant, thanks, Lizzie. And turning to you, Nathan, you know, it's quite a frustration, isn't it? I think sometimes the sort of progressive policy world that almost we seem to be competing against one another. You know, actually, if you've shouted out over here, then, you know, we can't share our ideas over there, you know. But obviously with FGF, you're very much the antithesis of that. What's your kind of vision and philosophy, and how can we bring, you know, the sort of energy and innovation that we've been hearing about today to bear? How can we work collectively to drive mission delivery going forward?
Well, thank you very much, Ben. That's a lovely introduction. So just to let everyone know, in case you haven't heard of us, I mean, the Future Governance Forum, we only celebrated our first anniversary last week as a public-facing organisation. But Ben is right, that actually the forum has been one of the most important aspects of the organisation for me. I mean, essentially, we are a bit more than a think tank, because actually we're trying not to just think about ideas. We're actually working with partners across the country and across sectors to think about actually what sort of both sort of sustainable and robust implementation and delivery might look like, that actually makes sense to the people and the communities that we're trying to work with. So actually over the course of the last 12 months, we worked with Lizzie, with Ben and others at Metro Dynamics. She was name-checked earlier on. We've worked with Mariana Mazzucato and the folks at the Institute for Innovation and Public Purpose. We're doing work with a number of other academic institutions and, crucially, other think tanks and public bodies to bring people together to actually think about some of these issues and to work out, like I said, what some of these sustainable solutions are. And actually, Ben's right. That's also a challenge back to the think tank community. I think one of my reflections has been for many years, many think tanks in a progressive space, be they explicitly politically aligned or otherwise, agree on a good 80, 85, 90% of the policy solutions that we're arguing for, but we tend to fall out over that 10% where there's like a calibrated differences, and it's a very good excuse then for governments of both colours, and let's remember that, the central government can sometimes bat us back regarding who's in government, but it becomes an issue then that some of our solutions can be sort of poo-pooed by central government if we don't come forward and argue sufficiently together to argue for them. So I think it's a fantastic opportunity, as both Ben and Lizzie have said, and I know people have said it earlier on today, where we're in discussion about how we can take the Inclusive Growth Network, which is a fantastic network, it's done some amazing work over the last 5 years, but to think about actually how we can use it to also think much more strategically about public service reform and innovation across the country, and really to ensure that we're lionising the work of both combined authorities, but also, let's not forget, that fantastic work of local authorities up and down the country as well, because in many respects, I think I mean, Jim will say much more about it later on, and Peter's alluded to it, the state of local government funding and the integrity of many of the smaller councils up and down the country really is on a knife edge after 15 years essentially of degradation since the financial crash. So I think we need to be coming together to think much more creatively about some of those solutions that we're thinking about. And just to finish off, if you're looking at the core work streams we've been promoting from FGF over the last 12 months, there's a huge amount of crossover with the discussions that you've had today on this platform. I mean, the three main areas we're looking at are missions, as Helen stated earlier on. I think there is still a massive uphill battle there. I think some of the little local difficulties that the government might have had over the summer and in September has shown that missions might not necessarily have been constructed in a way that is going to have maximum impact. We need to work, I think, quite creatively and quite quickly with central government, if they indeed are going to push forward that agenda, to ensure that missions are taken seriously and driven through the system. Because those concepts of different behaviours, of mission-driven behaviours, by forcing everyone to basically deconstruct their prejudices and to work together to collaborate in fundamentally different ways across sectors to achieve some of the goals that we're setting out, is a massive struggle, especially, as we said, both local government and, let's not forget, central government has been degraded, definitely since Brexit and COVID. We need to think about how we can work much better together. So doing lots of work on missions, lots of work on public service reform, increasingly interested in doing work on the concept of institutional renewal, because I think, again, 15 years since the crash, having gone through Brexit, having gone through COVID, having gone through systemic underfunding, many of our national institutions are in need of at least a lick of paint, if not much more fundamental renewal. We're also doing work on devolution. This is the work we've done with Metro Dynamics, but also crucially, and it's the session that Dan shared earlier on, we've done quite a fair bit of work on investment and infrastructure. And I am a pensions geek, so I think one of the things I want to be looking at, be quite interesting to hear people's views in here, is actually how we take forward some of the stuff in Rachel's Mansion House speech and actually try and create a much more effective environment for long-term funding from capital sources in this country.
Great, thank you so much, Nathan. Peter, if I could come back to you, obviously we're waiting with bated breath for the minister to enter the room. But what is the one sort of key thing one or two key things that central government could do in collaboration with local and regional government to make a real difference? You know, obviously there was some progress made in devolution during the last government, although obviously that also saw substantial gutting out of councils as well. What would be the one or two things you would really kind of push for?
Well, I think we've got to hold firm on the notion of the collaboration of the whole system. You know, Jim's going to come shortly, and I'm sure talk about the policy statement that has literally just been announced. I've been on my phone trying to figure out how much money I've got next year, if I can work out, according to the policy statements, what all of that means. I think we've got to make sure that we don't divorce too much the principle that local authorities and regional combined mayors have all got a role to play in both public sector reform and creating efficiency in the state to be able to reinvest in good public services and to invest in our communities at the same time as all parts contributing to the growth mission too. You know, the rapid decline in local government services as a consequence of 14 years of austerity and cuts has meant that elements of the state that would have otherwise been the incubators of growth, helping business to invest in understanding the opportunity and the investable propositions that exist in sort of localities, all of that unfortunately hit the, went to the wayside at the same time as, of course, the substantial increase in pressures in, statutory services like adult social care, children's social care, and of course now temporary accommodation. So I think, a collaborative approach to both of those missions, public sector reform and growth, where we don't sort of make local authorities responsible for reform and regional city mayors responsible for growth in isolation, and that we have a devolution alignment that reflects that fact too. If we can sustain real terms growth in local government finance, then we can probably also start to arrest some of the long-term systemic issues that have built up, as Nathan has said, over such a significant period of time.
Thanks. Lizzie, Nathan, do you want to pick up on that question at all?
I think I would really wholeheartedly agree with all of that, and particularly your kind of point around not accidentally siloing responsibilities at local and regional level as well, and remembering that, although of course London is different, in mayoral combined authority areas outside of London and in places like South East Wales and Cardiff Capital Region, local authorities form combined authorities. They are the members, they are the combined authorities. So we shouldn't kind of stray into a false kind of divergence between them. The thing that I would add that I think will be really compelling over the next few years, as well as devolution beds in and new mayoral terms progress, is the development of the kind of evidence of what's working in places and what's happening, and the difference that locally led projects and innovation is making. And I think there's a bit of a gap at the moment of a sort of nationally agreed and something that is recognised and understood and used by central government as a kind of evidence base and set of indicators of impact and progress that these local, individual, place-centred projects are making, because there's loads of examples up and down the country of the great difference in outcomes and also efficiencies, cost efficiencies, and kind of public leadership and ownership of things like children's services, employment services, that are all designed a little bit differently because they're designed for the communities that they serve and with the residents that they serve, which is fantastic, but they are not then recognised by central government in a kind of uniform recognition of outcomes and impact. And I think that part of what we could do together is to really build that and kind of get that link back in with central government that then acts as the feedback loop to then the more funding, more autonomy, more flexibilities.
Brilliant, thank you. Nathan?
Yeah, just three things off the back of that. I think what's been really, I mean, I've been knocking around this beat now for like 20 plus years, right? And there weren't as many people willing to sit in conferences on a Thursday afternoon to all agree that inclusive growth and place-based solutions were the way forward. The last time Labour was in government, definitely not in the first term or two. And actually, if you look at a testament to that is the very good and the number of reports and projects that we've seen over the past couple of years. I mean, there's all the work that you've been doing inclusive with the network at CPP. There's the work we've done, but there are many more organisations looking at it. One of the things I think we need to make more of an effort about, though, is looking at place and concepts around devolution and localism as much more as political arguments that think about belonging and the necessity to do things differently around the country, because that is where we live and our places are the summation of the communities that exists there, over and above some of the potentially occasionally technocratic economic arguments that we can all come together to make, which we need to make. We need to win those economic arguments, but I think we need to think much more imaginatively about actually what the progressive political arguments are, talking about people's lives and actually how we reflect that. We're still filling for time. I can carry on. It's Jim here.
We've just got a few more minutes. I can't see him yet. I've not got my readers on.
He's not coming. Yet in the room. Right, then I've open mic then. No, the other two things, just to pick up on what Lizzie said. There is that issue. I mean, it's fantastic the government has taken a much more devolutionary mindset than the previous government. And it's fantastic that they are making that sub-regional layer much more robust and actually putting the funding in. But we must also remember that it's not just the newer, shinier bits of the system that need to have all that funding and need that love, because of the reasons that Peter has more eloquently than I talked about, the funding pressures affecting local government as essentially the building blocks of democracy and the essential frontline service delivery agents of the state is chronic in many parts of the country. It was very nice of you to mention South East Wales. I'm a councillor in Torfaen, right, which is a very, very different from Ealing, let alone from some of the Camdens of this world. And the pressures we're finding now, we just can't do stuff because the money isn't there, the capability and the capacity has just disappeared from the system. So we need to make sure that, yes, whilst that funding is going into sub-regional level and more responsibilities are being made for a much more sort of strategic, robust approach to some of those problems in the sub-regions, is that has to be a proper collaboration and a partnership project with the local authorities that sit within those areas, because, as Lizzie said, combined authorities are the summation of their partners. They are not there necessarily, as has been characterised in some press reports, to be sort of mini Whitehalls in the regions, to be telling everybody else underneath them what to do. So anything that is done, be it the growth plans, be it like the potential for prevention plans that I know that Lizzie and Ben and others have been writing about, these need to be done in a genuine partnership so we can collaborate to work out actually what the best options are for the different parts of the system. And then we need to make sure that we provide the space so we can get back to what local government did do fantastically well 25, 30 years ago. To talk to Peter's point, is actually to provide those test beds for actually different approaches to ensure that the services we deliver are both responsive and delivered in a way that makes sense for those communities that are receiving them.
Peter, would you sort of agree with that characterisation and way forward?
Wholeheartedly, other than, of course, to point out that that's not the model in London. The model of London, of course, is that we don't have a combined authority. We have 32 London boroughs and a city and a mayor that don't, under statute, have the requirements as combined authorities do to collaborate. And I'm sure Jim might sort of talk about that too. And as we emerge into that new model of devolution, I think it's entirely right, actually, that we free up some of our regional mayors to be able to sort of set out visions for place and to be able to deliver both budgets and strategies without necessarily there being vetoes by individual authorities. In London, we probably need to find a better way of collaboration between London boroughs and the mayor to be able to make sure, and I'm talking here structurally, that we're all working together off of the same hymn sheet for the benefit of Londoners, and also able to collectively, as inner and outer London, tackle some of the wider economic challenges that are implicit in the way that our city grows or doesn't, and the consequences that it has for the rest of the country too. So, yeah.
And one thing we haven't really spoken much about today, and I doubt Jim will talk about it much either, but it's around how far on fiscal devolution should we be pushing over this Parliament. It's probably not something I would assume that we're going to see a lot of progress around, but is it something nevertheless we should be pushing for, even if it's a kind of minimal sort of hotel taxation that some of us have been talking about over many years? Even that seems quite a tough one to sell, because if we're talking about places being empowered and taking back control, although the bill name I think was never called that in the end, to what extent do we need kind of fiscal devolution as part of that?
Asking me first, there's a period of stabilisation that I think that we would all just quite like, and I think we're being offered that in the context of a 3-year funding settlement and the comprehensive spending review that's going to go into it, and starting to unpick, a significant period of time in which the rules about how we divide the pie in local government funding can be properly assessed. And as I say, I spent like a couple of minutes trying to get my head around the policy statement today. Just even in terms of some of the where we've got additional funding, the government look like they've said that we'll do that on the basis of deprivation, according to a new metric rather than the old metric of need, which applied to the population of a place in the 90s, a bit like council tax. So the situation is dire. We have this year alone 30 local authorities starting to talk to the government about access to exceptional support funding, and that's just at this point in the year now, whereas that figure was 30 across the whole of the local government sector just last year alone. So I think we would love to have a conversation about the stabilisation of local government finance, and then we can start to talk about we can talk about fiscal devolution, which I think will be very welcome. But importantly, and again, I don't wish to be a broken record on the London issue. That should be something that is done clearly in collaboration at a regional level, just as that model is about sort of proper sort of scale of economies to be able to make it happen. We've got to fix the London situation for that to be meaningful for us in the capital.
I think that's a really important point, and it does show kind of what a low bar we've been living with in terms of piecemeal funding pots, the need of which is calculated in all sorts of different ways and not necessarily based on deprivation. So even having that is a step forward. What are your views on that, Lizzie?
I think there's maybe two ways that I think about fiscal devolution. So firstly, from the revenue perspective, so getting more funding into place that you can then spend. But secondly, I think it's about that kind of the principle of raising it locally from your local economy and that local ownership of the funding, rather than simply redistributing it to the centre from people and businesses and then back out to places. I think the first point, as Peter said, is the most important right now. And even having more than one financial year flexibility in the funding, the revenue, and in capital pots that you get from government will go a long way to make a difference over the next few years. And I am really excited to kind of see what happens as well with economic development and local growth funding and the new regime that the government will be developing next year and in the spending review period, as well as local government finance.
Brilliant. So I can see the Minister arriving at the moment. So it's time to wrap up this fantastic panel. Thank you so much, Peter, Lizzie, and Nathan. Give them all a generous hand. Thank you. And now it's time to welcome the Minister, Jim McMahon, to address the conference. Thank you.
Hi everyone, that was quick. First of all, thank you so much for the invitation, and thank you for all those that we've been engaging with now for over 4 months as we develop on the journey to the English devolution white paper that will be published very shortly. For us, this is a very exciting period. There was a degree of reconciling the inheritance and making sense of not just the country that we were given the trust to run, but also the architecture of government and how we make the system work. And so, coming towards Christmas, there are a number of things that are coming up now for local government, for devolution and for communities. In particular, of course, the local government finance settlement will be here before Christmas. That's our first opportunity to get money out the door where it's needed, to the communities that need it most. But of course, supported by the English devolution white paper. And this is our chance to prove that the government is back in the service of working people, and to show that through our actions, that when we said we would be a mission-led government, that we are building the institutions, the structure, the processes to achieve that. We believe that every part of England has the raw ingredients to thrive and to be the best it can be. But it's fair to say that although that potential is seen across the country, opportunity almost certainly is not. And it's our job through devolution to make sure that every part of the country realises its full potential. And our strong belief, and we do believe that this has been proven, particularly during that COVID period, where visible, strong leadership of place really came to the fore, that our mayors are uniquely placed to drive that growth and that leadership, working hand in hand with local authorities and council leaders to really drive down that growth to the communities and neighbourhoods where people live. And we don't just see mayors and combined authorities and local authorities as sitting to one side of the government and carving out their own interpretation of what's right for their place. We genuinely see this as a resetting of that partnership in power, a partnership of equals where we are working together around the missions, but the how we do it being tailored to the local communities that are receiving that investment and that focus. And so marshalling combined authorities and local government around the missions that the government has set is the mission that we have set out on. We intend for the English devolution white paper to really reset the landscape of how England is governed. And for those who think that this is a new agenda, I just say think about the 97 government onwards. That Labour project, that Labour mission that created the Mayor of London, that created the assemblies in Northern Ireland, Wales, the Parliament in Scotland, created combined authorities, gave councils the power of well-being on social, economic and environmental powers, but also created quality parish councils. Why do I say that? Because it was a top-to-bottom reorganisation and repowerment, if you like, of the state. We created the RDAs, where we recognised we need to get money out the door and marshal that investment within our regions. Now, the world has moved on. More mayors are in place. We have just signed devolution agreements in Greater Lincolnshire, in Hull and East Ridings. We're in conversations across Lancashire, Cheshire and other places where the appetite for devolution and the direction of travel has been clear. People are approaching and wanting to be part of that journey. We are not shy of saying that we believe the mayoral model can be applied across England. the Prime Minister, in the third day of the Labour government, invited the mayors of England into Downing Street. And that was the opening offer to work together for public service, for the British people to deliver on the government's missions. And that was quite symbolic. And if you like mayors and devolution, it was great to see. But the other thing that was symbolic was the number of empty seats around the table in Downing Street. And when we go around and we speak to local leaders in, say, Lancashire, Cheshire and other places, we're saying, that's your seat. So, because this is not about creating super councils. This is not about taking that on-the-ground delivery upwards. This is about strategic leadership, and it's about national leadership. And it's about elevating those regions to the national table. And that's why that image, for me, was just so symbolic. And as much as our mayors, through their strategic ambitions and through investment, will focus on growth, growth will not happen if we don't reform at the same time. And local government has a unique role to play in reform and prevention. Every year, we are seeing costs escalating in adult social care, in children's services, in homelessness, often for much worse outcomes. And we've got to break that cycle where the public bill is getting bigger and bigger, but outcomes are getting worse for local communities. That requires investment in prevention and neighbourhoods, but it also means a resetting of the relationship between central government and local government. We need to change the way that we fund, and that's about multi-year settlements where councils have the freedom and the flexibility to direct money to local priorities. It's about the security of fair funding so that councils get the funding that they need, and before Christmas, the provisional settlement will start the first steps towards that. But it's also about changing the relationship. So when we say we want our combined authorities and our mayors to be first among equals, we are saying the same for local government too. And we mean that from a council leader to a ward councillor. I don't want any ward councillor to be considered a backbencher. I want them to be seen as a frontline convener of their community with the power, with the agency to sort out those local issues that really do make a difference. And in marshalling public services around place and people and communities, we are going to get a better outcome. And again, this is not a new idea. 2010, the last Labour government started the seeds of total place, where we were marshalling public services around place, around people, and trying to break down those institutional silos that meant that people would retreat. And I think, in a way, the cruelest thing in those austerity years was one of the very first acts was to take away that local preventative neighbourhood model. And what we see today is that that's been stripped down to the bare bones, and the money now is going at the acute end, paying for worse outcomes. Well, we know what can be done. We know what we need to do to marshal, and we know that we need to treat that public investment with the dignity that it takes for people to work hard and to pay those taxes across. And we know that public services and local government is fully placed to do that. So there's a huge amount going on this agenda, and it's going to be that top-to-bottom reorganisation of power. It will place our mayoral combined authorities very firmly in the growth space. It will place local government in the reform space, and there'll be a coming together of the two, so they become the two sides of the same coin. And for me, this has been the most exciting period as a councillor for 13 years and a former council leader, and actually the signatory of the Greater Manchester devolution deal in 2014 that created the mayor of Greater Manchester, to see the development now of mayors where they are coming into their own, whether it's the creation of UK mayors or even the Great North Project, where they are collaborating on their own terms, on issues, on sectors, on geography, I think is extremely exciting. The final thing I'll say is this: we need to marshal all parts of the system to achieve the change that the country wants. And some of these are geekery, and I'm a geek, so I quite like this. But the local government pension scheme, often massively underestimated, but near £400 billion of investment potential. And importantly, 6.7 million members, mainly women, part-time, low-earning jobs and sectors when they're in work. Well, they deserve a decent retirement with a decent return in retirement. But we say to the pension funds, your members don't live in bubbles, they live in communities, they live in places. And if we can unleash some of that capital investment in the places where your members live, that could be transformational. So linking that to mayoral combined authorities, linking that to local growth plans, that people see that their place as well as their individual standing can improve, is just one example of all the piecing together that we are doing. So hopefully you'll see the evidence of that in the settlement, you'll see the evidence of that in the white paper very shortly. And I would say this is a moment in time, but it is a reflection of a moment in time. When the white paper comes out, it will set the ambition, but it is not job done. We need to make sure that none of us fool ourselves into believing that the end is a creation of more mayors or more structures or more authorities. It's not. For us, it's very much the means to an end. The end is that the missions we have set out, the change the country voted for, will be felt by every individual and every community in the country, and we believe it will. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jim, for taking the time to come and speak with us and for those thoughts. Now, we've got a bit of time just to have a bit of a chat, you and me. Now, the big theme of today has been growth, but inclusive growth. And we've been discussing a lot about the storytelling around growth and how growth can't just be a set of wall charts or, graphs that someone like Ed Conway, brilliant as he is, goes through on Sky News. People have to kind of feel it. What does growth look like to you? If you were explaining to one of your constituents, what would you describe growth as being?
Well, in a way, we all feel it. When people talk about the strength of the pound, well, people don't talk about the strength of the pound, generally speaking, but they do talk about the price of bread and the price of milk, and they do talk about what it means for interest rates if the economy isn't working. And in the way, because we know how people are impacted when the economy isn't working, when investment doesn't work to the places where they live, we also know then what the test is. And so when the next general election comes, of course, we will be judged on the big issues like the investment in the NHS. And, we can't underestimate the impact of £22 billion in the budget for local government, clean money, new money, £4 billion coming through the settlement as well. That will make a difference. But it's got to make a difference in the places where people live. So when people phone up in the morning for the GP appointment, somebody answers the phone and they get an appointment. If people need to go to A&E, they go to A&E and they are seen and not waiting 14 hours, or in my case, actually 2 and a bit years ago, 36 hours in A&E. When people are looking at their children leaving school and looking to go to sixth form college or to take an apprenticeship out, they have hope and optimism that they are going there. And maybe the smallest thing sometimes is just security. The very basic human need that in your household finances you have security, in the home where you live you have security, in your neighbourhood, your community, you have security. When your children are going out and they're walking from the bus stop or the tram stop, you're not worried about them coming home, about when anything will happen to them. And security in the workplace, knowing that you can provide a decent standard of living for yourself and your family. In the end, that'll be the test. It'll be what people feel on a day-to-day basis in their lived experience.
So you've painted a really clear picture that, whether we're talking about devolution, whether we're talking about growth, it's a means to an end, and that is like practical delivery that people will see and feel. And we had a really interesting discussion about what's just happened in America, because the metrics looked very good, but people didn't feel it, and hence the Joe Biden and Kamala Harris losing that election. Well, look, our next election is a long way away. However, there's going to be very important council elections coming up in May. There'll be more mayoral elections. We've just heard that Andrea Jenkins has defected to Reform. Reform have a strong chance of maybe winning that in Lincoln. What do you think this new Labour government can, because this delivery stuff you can't just wave a magic wand and fix it all. What do you think Labour will have to do by the time we get to these May elections? And of course, there's Hollywood elections in 2026. But by the time we come to May, what's the kind of message that you would like this government to be able to tell to local voters?
Well, I think there is something in demonstrating that we are getting the house in order. And it can sound quite boring and quite mundane, and maybe it is. But it's got to be the basics. People work hard, and they probably work harder now than they ever have done before. But they can't make ends meet. They can't keep their head above water. And people know, particularly after the mini-budget of the last government, that they are paying more in tax than ever before we went into the general election. And people felt that acutely. People want to know that the tax that are paid across is spent well. And we can't say that today because we see system failure, which means we're paying more for worse outcomes. And people feel it in the places where they live. People know that the local park isn't being maintained, that the road isn't being repaired. People know if they've got a child who needs SEND support, that support is in the distant and not close. And if you need a home, the prospect of getting a home that is safe, secure and affordable for many, many people is something that they could never imagine is going to happen. So I think there's quite a lot of proof points. I mean, I will say about reform, however they are able to home in on the problem, they certainly don't have the solution. And I think there is a general consensus about where the country has fractured, that people work hard but they can't get on in life. It's Labour's job as a party of working people to show that if you work hard, there is a reward that comes with that, and that is about security, it's about confidence, and it's about pride in the place where you live. And that's exactly what we intend to do.
But it will be interesting. I mean, Reform will be looking to, use those elections as an opportunity. It's just interesting, just as a point of interest. I mean, Reform have not got much infrastructure in Scotland and are yet polling 12%. So it is interesting. As you say, they are doing well off the grievances, but the grievances are there because, as you say, people legitimately feel that there's lots of things which are really difficult. So look, we've been discussing a lot about devolution today, but we also just wanted to get into public service reform because we have been discussing growth is money in people's pockets, it's better public services, but better public services are also going to mean public service reform, which is always contentious on the left anyway. And what's the role that local council leaders and mayors can play with reform of public services, particularly when they're under a lot of pressure to sort of deliver with less? Do you think there might be some resistance from some sort of local leaders saying, look, we're having a hard enough time just trying to deliver on less, and now you're asking us to sort of cut more or be more efficient? What's that kind of tension going to be like?
Well, I mean, all of our discussions with mayors and with council leaders on the reform and prevention agenda have been overwhelmingly positive. Why? Because they've, in the end, are at the front line of dealing with the service pressures, but also paying for the service pressures. There's more councils last year that declared bankruptcy than the 30 years that went before combined. Why? Because, of course, they were underfunded, but also the pressures in those key areas were completely overwhelming councils. So we're doing today what they've been asking for over a decade, which is we need to work at a local level. We need to empower councils to convene public services in their area and take down the institutional silos that stop areas working together. And we need to build public services around people in the places where they live, not just around government departments and agencies of government in an arbitrary way. And that's exactly what councils have been calling for. Now, we recognise there is no button. There is no button to press that moves from where you are today to where you want to go and suddenly everything is reformed. We need to change that over time. But if I give an example, if you're a council that has got overwhelming demand in, say, children's services for residential care, there is a pretty good chance that the reason for that, of course, is demand and preventing further upstreams that children don't need residential care. But if they do, there's a very good chance that you are paying over the odds for private placements, where the cost of those placements can be £60,000 a year, £100,000 a year. In a case where we are a family of 4 children, is £1 million a year, because the public sector provision has been taken away and the private market are charging a premium for that provision. And so the answer there is invest up front on an investor-save model and rebuild the public sector provision in that marketplace. It's better outcome for the young people and it's a better deal for the taxpayer on the other side. Councils have the answers, they just needed a government that was on their side, and now they've got one.
And look, you've just mentioned there the fact that so many councils are in a really, really precarious state financially. We know that lots of councils have declared bankruptcy. There's a number of other councils which are sort of on kind of a sort of watch list at the moment. In terms of the white paper that's coming forward and coming out of the budget, we know we're going to be heading into more kind of spending review territory. How confident are you that this new government can help councils get back on a sort of stable financial footing when we know they've been hollowed out from all of these years of austerity, but there are huge demands, where it's housing demand, special educational needs, social care? What does the future, the financial future, look like for local authorities?
Well, we are committed to moving to multi-year settlements. That's about giving councils and combined authorities the security so they can plan ahead and they can budget ahead. And that will give a lot of stability in local government. But in the end, what does certainty look like if you just know you haven't got money? And you're more certain you haven't got money. We've got to provide the investment into the system. And I say that this budget has provided over £4 billion of genuinely new money. Anybody in local government is always wary of announcements of cash when it comes from central government because you're always checking it's not been double counted or announced previously. This is brand new money that's going into the system. What that means in practice is that there's 1.7 billion of money going through the formula to councils. 680 of that is for adult social care. Over £1 billion of new money for SEND, supporting the children who need it most and also supporting the reform agenda. Over £500 million is going for temporary accommodation. And we've announced today that we are allocating £600 million for a recovery grant. And that recovery grant is about a payment to those councils that have got high levels of deprivation and don't have the ability to raise tax at a local level because historically their tax base is smaller than others. That completely rewrites what the Tories did in government last time, which would take money away from those urban deprived communities and shift it across. We are saying that deprivation has a significant impact on the demand for public services, and the allocation of money has to reflect that, and that's what we've announced today.
And you talked there about, the allocation of money, and we know that, investment and growth is so important to this government. And there was this big international investment conference just before the budget, and a decent amount of money kind of came in. But how can you ensure that some of these disadvantaged communities get a slice of that pie, that all of that sort of good foreign investment doesn't end up in that Oxford-Cambridge corridor or the sort of, the expected places?
But that's where we really see our mayoral combined authorities coming into their own, because one thing that a mayoral combined authority do, particularly for those that are more established, they will have integrated settlements. So rather than government expecting combined authorities to bid into separate pots in a very piecemeal way, they will get multi-year settlements, single pots, where they've got massive freedoms in terms of moving that around. And what we ask in return is that they deliver to the government's missions, and we move to an outcomes framework where we're very clear about where we want to get to. And then we align other things like the National Wealth Fund, like public sector pension funds, so there is a blending of investment that goes into their area. And through the local growth plans, those will be the document that really drives it down into every community. And as I say, taken together, the local growth plans, with that investment coming in through the focus of mayors, that strategic overview, and councillors who know their communities, who are driving that reform on the ground and just improving local public services, between the two of them, we believe that goes a long way for every community realising that. And then on the back end, we've said to local government that we have ended this bidding war that takes place, where if you want any money for your community, you've got to spend a lot of money on consultants to work up a bid, to come to government, and for somebody like me in Whitehall to say, quite like the sound of that. That cannot be the way that the system works. We've got to give councils fair funding and enough money to support their local communities. And the expectation then is that they work in collaboration, in cooperation with their communities to decide what's best for their place. And that shouldn't be transformational, but many local authorities will say after 14 years of command and control and that centralising nature, this will be transformational.
And obviously you've mentioned mayors a lot, and mayors have been a big theme of our discussions today. Look, we've just got this new Labour government, and one of the kind of jokes or the sort of memes is that Rachel Reeves is a tough chancellor. She signalled that in the run up to the budget. She said, cabinet ministers have just got to sort of listen to what I say. How confident are you that she and the Treasury orthodoxy will be prepared to give away more power to mayors? Because discussions in the room, and certainly I've discussed this with colleagues over the last sort of 3-4 years, and I've had mayors come on our Power Test podcast and say, look, if you really want to get local economies fired up, give us not kind of unlimited powers, but give us a bit more leeway on things like raising some local taxes, for example, like tourism taxes or other things. Can you see a world in which that happens? Because we know that Rachel is famed for being this iron chancellor. Is she likely to really give away that much more power to mayors?
Well, I mean, I will say that, as I say, this is a Labour project. If you go back to the last Labour government, we were about distributing power and decision-making outward. there's always an argument that we could have gone further. And I think in a way we're demonstrating that today by going further. You know, there is still work to do, and it's almost a generational responsibility to advance it and progress it. And what that's required in the formation of the white paper are cross-government discussions about which part of government are willing to let go, and where does that leave the bar? Are we raising the bar, or does it still feel quite potty and piecemeal? And I would say, and I can't obviously pre-announce a white paper, but the white paper will address head-on what areas of competences we see for mayoral combined authorities. It will address head-on what type of powers, freedoms, flexibilities. It will address head-on what the checks and balances are. It will address head-on what the relationship between mayors, their constituent authorities and community will be going forward. It will address the role in growth and reform, and it will address what particular programmes of activity we see their role in the future. So I think it will, genuinely, it will be the most comprehensive setting out of English devolution for combined authorities and for mayoral combined authorities that we've ever had. It's going to stop that backroom deal, negotiation type mayoral deals that were done under the previous government, and actually have a framework for England.
Well, I mean, this white paper is going to be absolutely fascinating. And on terms of the politics of this, because if this is the start of changing the script in terms of devolution and giving away powers, just to loop back into the politics of it, we might be right now at a bit of a high watermark for Labour mayors holding all but one of the mayoralties, Ben Houchin. There's a good chance that, come May, there could be a few more different mayors. We could have a reform mayor. We could have a few more Conservative mayors. Will Labour be happy to give away power to Conservative mayors and even a reform mayor?
Well, I mean, I suppose if you believe absolutely in a centralised model, then you can always make a case for not devolving. But my strong belief is, well, one, that most elected people do care about the place and the people that they represent, even beyond party politics. There will be tensions around a view on how to do it and what the priorities are. But we are very clear as a government that we have the right, and we stood on a manifesto and the country voted for change, and we have marshalled change around the missions. We are organising government around the missions, in fact. The way that we organise our work programmes are around missions and not departments. So it's not an unreasonable expectation to say to our mayors and leaders, we need you to marshal on that agenda, and we will set the outcomes. Now, that's not micromanaging. That's not saying we want to know how many people you spoke to today, and there are measures today that ask for that data. This is about saying we want outcomes, and the outcomes are how many people are getting into work, how many people are living a good life in older age without those underlying health conditions that are holding people back. Can people get a good, affordable, safe house to live in, etc.? What are the outcomes for people going through the education system into the world of work? Those outcomes will be absolutely critical, but the outcomes will be talking to the missions. So whoever the mayor is, in whatever combined authority, in whatever county, working with their local councils, we expect them to do what we will do, which is to work genuinely as partners in power.
I mean, it is going to be quite interesting to see how that map, if that map changes in May, and just some of the fallout from that. And it will be an interesting, I suppose, philosophical question, won't it? If you believe in the principle of devolution, do you only give it away to your side, or do you give it away to whoever is in power? And that's going to be something we can watch. We're just sort of closing up now, but one question I did want to ask you, and I'm really struck by what you said in your speech and what we've just discussed, and we had a bit of a chat in the green room, which is devolution and growth is a means to an end, which is the delivery point that you've articulated very, very clearly. But how do we also make sure that our mayors, regardless of their political background, perform at a high level, that they are accountable? Because at the moment, mayors are so sort of new, and I think the public have an interesting view of them. Some of them are seen as slightly rock star mayors, like, Andy Burnham, you mentioned the COVID. But, questions will be asked about the delivery of mayors. But also a lot of people out there, citizens, will say, how do you make sure that our local authorities perform better? How do you make sure our local ward councillors perform better? What will you do as part of this kind of devolution settlement to sort of raise the standards as well?
Well, it's a very important point, and actually it's a central part of the white paper when it comes out, about how do you rebuild the checks and balances, how do you rebuild accountability. But in the end, I do think that the public, when it comes to kind of line of sight of politicians, do identify with a mayor. Maybe part of the problem is, at the moment, the powers that each mayor has are very different depending on the devolution agreement that was struck at a place in time. You know, some will have police and fire powers, some won't. Some will have transport powers, potentially some won't. Some will have different investment agreements, some won't. Part of the framework is about having a standardised model of devolution, where, of course, devolution is for everywhere, but when you take a mayor, the gap then becomes so wide, then why wouldn't you want to take a mayor with all that comes with that? And once you've proven that you can spend public money well, that you've got the checks and balances, that you built the institution yourself within your own locality, then the prize then becomes significant. And that is genuine devolution of money, of resource, of power, of duties, of competences, that will be game-changing in rebalancing the structure. And I would say our mayors have done a fantastic job of setting out what place leadership can be, but they haven't done it alone. The thing I think that makes the mayoral model work in the way that it works is that when it works well, it does become the first among equals on the combined authority, where council leaders work hand in hand with their mayor, many taking portfolios, many delivering a responsibility across their conurbation, not just their local authority. And they run as a pack, they work as a team. And where that works well, and that works well in most places, they are achieving fantastic results that central government couldn't dream of achieving at a national level.
Well, look, Jim, we know how busy you are. You'll be especially busy just putting the finishing touches to that white paper next week. So we're so, so grateful to you for coming and speaking with us today. Really enjoyed the conversation. Thank you so much. Let's give a warm round of applause for Jim. Well, that was great stuff from Jim, and it's now time to wrap up today's proceedings. Thank you all so much for coming along today. Thank you so much to the Royal Society for hosting us in this beautiful, beautiful building. Do email us any feedback. There's a feedback form. We're going to be having some drinks now so we can sort of have further chats. Let's also give a big warm round of applause to the team who's organised everything today. They've done a fantastic job. And just some final thoughts for me. I mean, I've enjoyed today so much. It really has been a sort of fascinating, thought-provoking day, and the timing of it has been brilliant, just particularly post-budget. You know, we've got a clear idea of where things are going on the economy. So this has been an incredibly useful moment to have these discussions about growth. We've examined why we need growth. What does inclusive growth look like? Money in people's pockets, better public services, really important reform in terms of planning for more house building, more infrastructure. I think we've all sort of agreed that telling the story about growth is incredibly important. People have to feel growth. It's very political, this agenda, because if not, the raw politics are there. Populism will be nipping at the heels of this new Labour government. We've established that growth can't just be the same old places. You know, as much as we love London and the South East and that Oxford-Cambridge corridor, it cannot just be the same places. And of course, we all know that wisdom just does not reside here in SW1. You have got to have some system where we are giving away power and proper decision-making power to local people, local politicians, local communities and local businesses as well. And I think what I'm really struck by Jim's comments is that, you know, devolution is not an end in itself, and it's something that Helen McNamara said as well. We have to be really alive to the fact that while we all really care about devolution, it's not just got to be an organogram or a policy document. It's got to sort of come to life. It's got to be a means to an end, which is about delivery that people can feel and delivery that people can see. I was also struck by some really interesting points on how we get growth, some really interesting ideas. Early years, that idea of investing early, that kind of 1 to 5 year old childcare being an incredibly important part of the growth infrastructure. I'd argue that social care at the other end is also an important part of the infrastructure. I think you could free up a lot of people who have caring responsibilities if there was more infrastructure for social care as well. The idea of unlocking the power of pension funds is so important. That made me feel quite optimistic that there is the means to unlock growth if we kind of think bold and think big about this. And, you know, what great timing for this conference with the white paper just going to be released, I think, Wednesday of Thursday of next week. And when that white paper comes out,
there's going to be so much work to be done by all the people in this room, all the people watching at home as well. A lot of work in terms of sort of making that white paper, come to life, responding to that white paper. So there's so much work to be done. It's been such a timely conference, and we've had so many useful thoughts in the day. Thank you so much for your time today, and we'll see you at the drinks reception. Enjoy the rest of your evening.